Chapter 258. Chapter 258. The white-robed elder's eyes flickered as he stared at the soul of the mutant bloodlion tiger. A trace of hesitation appeared on his face. Originally, he had wanted to step forward and help, but he also knew that Arcana Masters couldn't be disturbed while refining their souls. If they were disturbed, their spiritual energy would be severely damaged. It was because of this concern that the white-robed old man didn't dare to make a move. Shaking his head, the old man smiled bitterly and said, "This little guy is really unlucky. He actually came across the origin nucleus of the mutated bloodlion tiger, which is 1 in 10,000. I'm afraid this little guy came here for nothing." Just as everyone revealed expressions of pity and shook their heads, Zhuo, who originally had his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them. A trace of bright light shot out from his eyes. "Humph. Even if you're a little special and have the strength of a level 2 metabeast, you still can't escape from me." With a cold snort, a torrential wave of mental energy gushed out from his Niwen palace. It turned into a huge mental energy palm and slammed toward the roaring bloodlion tiger soul. This mentality has actually reached level 2. This mental energy was like a tidal wave that filled the entire hall. The white-robed elder, who had been shaking his head helplessly, was the first to react. His old face twitched as he looked at the huge palm formed by mental energy in the air in disbelief. Awu! The soul of the blood liger raised its head to the sky and howled. It seemed to have sensed the strength of Zhuowen's spiritual energy. It stomped its feet in the air, trying to escape. Trying to escape? It's not that easy. Wen's eyes narrowed. He gently pushed off the ground, and lightning flashed. In an instant, he arrived above the blood liger soul. Then he suddenly pressed his palm down, and a huge mental energy palm ruthlessly slammed into the blood liger soul. Rumble! The blood lion tiger's soul, which was hundreds of feet in size, fell to the center of the hall like a meteor under the enormous power of the mental energy palm. It actually smashed a deep hole in the hall, causing the people nearby to cough. Woo-woo! A sorrowful whimper sounded out. The blood lion tiger soul in the deep pit crawled up again. It crouched on the ground and begged for mercy, as if it was scared of Zhuo. What a wretch! Why didn't you just give in earlier? Why did you have to suffer so much before giving in? Landing on the ground, Zhuo waved his right hand. The blood lion tiger soul in the deep pit obediently shrank to the size of a hand and entered Zhuo's palm. After collecting the blood liger's soul, as if nothing had happened, Zhuo frowned and looked at the white-robed old man who was standing not far away. He said indifferently, "There is no rule against destroying the test grounds, right?" The white-robed old man looked deeply at Zhuo, but suddenly smiled and said, "Of course there are no rules. If I'm not wrong, your mental energy should have reached the 2nd grade. Moreover, since you were able to tame the bloodlion tiger soul, your mental energy should at least be at the completion of the 2nd grade. Even an arcanist at the initial level of the 2nd grade would find it difficult to tame this bloodlion tiger." The hall became incomparably quiet after the white-robed old man said this. Everyone looked at the youth in the center in disbelief. The youth in front of them was only 16 or 17 years old. Reaching the 1st grade at this age was already considered a genius. However, the youth in front of them had a mental energy at the completion of the 2nd grade. Wasn't this talent a little too monstrous? No one dared to doubt the white-robed old man's judgment. This was because the white-robed old man was the only 4th grade arcanist in the hall. He was also the vice chairman of the Arcane Guild. He held an important position in both the Arcane Guild and Broken Rock City. Ouyang Shishue was stunned when she heard this. The youth that she had looked down on just now actually had a mental energy at the completion of the second grade. Didn't that mean that his strength was about to catch up to her cousin, Ouyang Yateo? Moreover, Zhuowen was even younger than her, looking at the weak aura of the blood lion tiger's soul in her palm, and then looking at the horned blood lion tiger's soul in Zhuowen's palm. Ouyang Shishui suddenly felt that her previous desire to compete was laughable. Perhaps Zhuowen had never placed her in his eyes from the very beginning. A trace of self-mockery appeared on her pretty face. Ouyang Shishui suddenly felt a little dispirited. Her hands stiffened, and she stiffly turned her head to look at the smiling Tsangmu. Her voice was hoarse as she said, "Tsangmu, you're really good at hiding things. Your disciple's mental energy has already reached the initial level of the second grade, but you said it was just SOSO. I can't help it. I always keep a low profile, and naturally won't boast about how powerful my disciple is. This old man's face isn't that thick." Sangmu's face was filled with satisfaction. After all, Zhuowen was his disciple. If Zhuowen was in the limelight as his master, he would naturally feel proud. Furthermore, what he was most proud of was that Zhuowen's mental energy was not the limit. This was because Zhuowen's true mental energy had already reached the third grade. If Tsangmu were to say this now, who knew how many people in the hall would be so shocked that their jaws would drop? Hearing Tsangmu's meaningful words, Xianling smiled embarrassedly and did not say anything else. At this moment, Ouyang Yateo, who was standing behind Xianling, was also shocked. He did not expect Zhuowen to be so young. His mental energy was only slightly weaker than his own. After all, he was only at the completion of the second grade. In the center of the hall, Zhuowen nodded slightly. After a slight hesitation, he continued, "If there's nothing else, I still want to continue with the assessment. After all, I have yet to complete the refinement of the blood chi crystal." "Ha, there's no need for that. Since you have the mental energy of an initial second grade, the first grade Arcanist assessment will be as easy as pie for you. There's no need for you to continue with the assessment. This old man will directly bestow upon you the badge of a second grade Arcanist. This will save you the time needed to take the second grade Arcanist assessment." The white-robed elder laughed heartily. After he finished speaking, the elder patted his Qianquan bag. A ray of light immediately shot out from the bag and flew towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen stretched out his right hand and caught the ray of light. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the ray of light was a badge with 2 golden lines engraved on it. It was the badge of an Arcanist. "This is your badge. With this badge, you will be able to receive a special Arcanist uniform from the association." The white-robed elder smiled at Zhuowen, following which he straightened his face and shouted at the dazed students in the assessment area, "Everyone, don't be in a daze. Continue with the assessment. The incense sticks time is almost up." After regaining their senses, the students looked enviously at Zhuowen, who had already received his badge. They hurriedly resumed refining the crystals. Ouyang Shishui, on the other hand, looked at Zhuowen's back with a complicated expression before returning to the refinement of the blood chi crystal. "Little brother, how old are you this year? Also, whose disciple are you to be able to produce such a genius like you?" The white-robed elder turned his head again and smiled at Zhuowen. His face was filled with admiration. 17 years old. As for my master, it's that old man over there who looks a little ugly." Zhuowen shrugged and pointed at Master Kuraki as he said indifferently, "You've become a second-grade Arcanist at 17 years old." When the white-robed elder heard this, the smile on his face grew even wider. Following Zhuowen's finger, he looked at Kuraki. It really is Kuraki. I was wondering why this kid suddenly returned to the Arcanist Association. So he brought his disciple here for the assessment. However, he must be overjoyed to have accepted a disciple like you. The white-robed elder nodded at Kuraki and could not help but smile. Zhuowen knew that the white-robed elder was the vice chairman of the Arcanist Association and had a good relationship with his master, Kuraki. Hence, Zhuowen's attitude was rather respectful. After the two of them chatted for a while, Zhuowen returned to Master Kuraki's side under the strange gazes of Xianling and Ouyang Yateo. The incense sticks time quickly passed. During this time, there were still quite a few people who failed on the stone platform and left with dejected expressions on their faces. In the end, only 2 people passed the test. One of them was Ouyang Shishui, while the other was a middle-aged man. Both of them had received the Rank 1 Arcana Master Badge from the white-robed elder. Master, cousin. Ouyang Shishui returned to Xianling's side and glanced at the indifferent Zhuowen. Her face was full of depression. She was slightly older than Zhuowen. It was one thing for her to not be a match for Zhuowen in terms of martial arts, but her mental energy was also inferior to this youth in front of her. This caused Ouyang Shishui's original confidence to show signs of crumbling. Shishui, you don't need to be discouraged. To be able to become a grade 1 arcanist at such a young age, you can be considered one of the top geniuses in Broken Rock City. As for that Zhuowen, that guy is a little monstrous. It's best not to compare yourself to him. Xianling paused and said somewhat helplessly. After hearing Xianling's comforting words, Ouyang Shishui felt even more depressed. This was especially so after seeing Zhuowen's nonchalant expression. There was always a trace of anger in her heart, and she involuntarily snorted, "Humph! Being able to become a grade 2 arcanist is nothing special. There are countless geniuses in Broken Rock City. There will always be someone above you. Right now, your mental energy cannot compare to my cousin's." "Oh, is this what you wanted to say? Are you done? If you are, then I won't keep you company." Yawning lazily, Zhuowen glanced at the flustered and exasperated Ouyang Shishui. After saying this, he minded his own business and walked out of the hall. Zhuowen really did not put Ouyang Shishui and Ouyang Yateo in front of him in his eyes. After all, his mental energy had already reached the peak of the 3rd grade. He really did not put these 2 people in his eyes. Moreover, he had heard from Grandmaster Kuraki that there would be a few monstrous geniuses participating in this arcana ceremony. They were all grade 3 arcanists. That was Zhuowen's goal. Seeing Zhuowen's attitude, Ouyang Shishui stomped her foot. Her pretty face was incomparably red from anger. However, there was nothing she could do to the youth in front of her. After all, she could not beat him in a fight, and her mental energy was a level lower than his. At this moment, in a corridor behind the hall, 2 figures were silently standing. One was a middle-aged man with white hair, while the other was a woman with an icy expression. "This little guy's talent is not any worse than yours. I'm afraid that during the Arcana ceremony, he will be a rather strong opponent." The middle-aged man chuckled. "He's only a peak grade 2 arcanist. I don't even put Ouyang Yateo in my eyes. Why would I care about this nobody?" The woman's expression was still cold. After saying this, she turned and left the corridor. Chapter 259. Chiu Cho. The next day, early in the morning, a gentle breeze blew up the fallen leaves on the ground. Zhuowen woke up early and began to meticulously practice his fist techniques in the spacious courtyard. The pavilion that Zhuowen and Grandmaster Tsang Mu lived in was quite large. It was one of Grandmaster Tsang Mu's properties in Broken Rock City. After all, Grandmaster Tsang Mu was a grade 3 Arcana Master, and was naturally quite wealthy. In a super city like Broken Rock City, it was not a problem for him to buy 10 mansions. The wind from his fists whistled, causing the air to vibrate. After practicing a few sets of fist techniques, the sun slowly rose. Soon it was noon. Raising his head to look at the scorching sun in the sky, Zhuowen withdrew his fists and stood up. Then, he walked out of the courtyard with a majestic gait and headed towards the center of Broken Rock City. It's time to help Chiu Cho get rid of the extreme frost in his body. After all, the Thunder Dragon wings are an important item. I need to get them as soon as possible. As he walked, Zhuowen secretly thought to himself. Following his memory, Zhuowen walked towards the end of the street in Broken Rock City. After a while, he stopped in front of a rather inconspicuous shop. At this moment, the door of the shop was ajar. After looking around and confirming that no one was paying attention, Zhuowen directly pushed the door open and entered. The interior was still the same as before. The surrounding shelves were filled with half-finished wooden carvings. On the counter in the depths of the shop, Chiu Cho, with a scar on his face, was focused on carving wood. Perhaps he was too focused and did not notice Zhuowen's arrival at all. In the shop, there were 3 people browsing through the wooden carvings on the shelves. There were 2 men and 1 woman. The 3 of them were dressed extravagantly, and it was obvious that they were either wealthy or respectable people. Behind the 3 of them, there were several fully armed burly men respectfully following behind them. When Zhuowen entered, the 3 of them tilted their heads to take a look. However, when they saw that the one who entered was an ordinary youth, they turned their heads again and lazily continued to browse the wooden carvings on the shelves. After the 3 of them turned around, Zhuowen sized them up a few times. 2 of the men were quite handsome, but their necks were raised high, as if they were the best in the world. This caused Zhuowen's evaluation of them to be greatly reduced. The other woman wasn't very old, around 20 years old. She wore a blue and white tight dress, and her figure appeared exquisite and voluptuous under the outline of the dress. The 2 men beside her occasionally glanced at the woman's alluring figure, and a hint of covetousness flashed past the depths of their eyes. Zhuowen did not pay any attention to the people in the store. Instead, he strode directly towards Chiu Cho, who was in the depths of the store. Just as he passed by the 3 people in front of him, a pure white hand suddenly blocked Zhuowen's way. Zhuowen frowned as he looked at the woman who had suddenly stopped him. He was confused because he didn't seem to know this woman. Master Chiu does not like to be disturbed when he is carving. Therefore, please leave immediately. The pretty lady looked down at Zhuo in a condescending manner, as she spoke in an indifferent voice. The woman's voice was gentle, but her tone contained a trace of dominance and unquestionable meaning. Could it be that they also know that this ordinary-looking Chiu Cho is somewhat unusual? Seeing that the woman in front of him was so considerate of Chiu Cho, Zhuowen could not help but be stunned. Compared to Zhuowen's doubts, the woman in front of him was full of depression. She had heard from the family elders that the owner of the store was an extremely powerful expert. Therefore, the young girl was not to casually offend this person. Otherwise, when the time came, it would cause trouble for the family. Therefore, the woman believed that the owner of the store must be an expert. She came over almost every day to help Chiu Cho manage the store, with the goal of becoming his disciple. Moreover, she asked about his well-being, hoping that Chiu Cho would accept her and teach her a move or 2. However, Chiu Cho did not care about her concern. Every time she came, she would be treated coldly. This was something that the rather arrogant woman could not accept, with the woman's originally arrogant character. Being treated so coldly by Chiu Cho naturally filled her heart with resentment. However, her resentment naturally would not be directed at the unfathomable Chiu Cho. Now, Zhuowen, who had suddenly barged in, was used as a punching bag by her. Narrowing his eyes, Zhuowen indifferently glanced at the woman and said, "Remove your dog's paw. Can't you see that I want to go in?" "What? Say it again." The woman could not help but be stunned when she heard Zhuowen's words. It was as if she could not believe what she had heard. Her tone became heavier as she said, "Can you not be so despicable as a person? I scolded you once, and you insist on hearing it a second time. How despicable can you be? Since you insist on hearing it a second time, I'll satisfy you," I said. "Remove your dog's paw immediately and open your dog eyes wide. I'm going in now." Shaking his head, Zhuowen held his forehead and said with a helpless look. The atmosphere instantly became somewhat strange. The woman's cheeks paled, then turned green, then white. A thick layer of killing intent surfaced in her beautiful eyes. Pointing at Zhuowen, she shouted, "Do you know who I am? I am the niece of the Zhao clan's first young master, Zhao Yaoding. If you immediately kneel down and break your own arms, this lady will not pursue the matter of your rude words just now." Zhao Yaoding's people again. What a troublesome fellow. With a cold snort, Zhuowen waved his right hand and slapped the woman's jade-like hand away. He was about to directly enter the counter. "Damn it! You want to die?" The lady did not expect that Zhuowen would actually continue to act in his own way without any scruples after hearing the name of the Zhao clan. Immediately, her face was abnormally furious. Her jade-like hand suddenly waved and was wrapped in intense yuan power as it slapped towards Zhuowen's back. Feeling the strong wind behind him, Zhuowen's eyes flickered with a cold light. He had already been merciful by not attacking directly. The woman's cultivation was only at the initial human king realm. If Zhuowen really attacked, he could immediately cripple her. However, he did not do so. However, now that the woman had taken an inch and wanted a mile, Zhuowen did not restrain her. He shook his shoulder and a powerful yuan power suddenly spread out. Then he turned around and threw out a punch. Suddenly, an invisible ring-shaped air wave appeared in the air and violently collided with the strong wind behind him like an air explosion. Puff! Zhuowen stood motionless like a boulder. However, the lady who wanted to launch a sneak attack suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood as if she had been struck by lightning. Subsequently, she shot backwards like a fallen leaf. Upon seeing this, the two men behind her immediately unleashed their yuan power and violently caught the flying lady. However, the enormous force caused the two of them to involuntarily stagger. What a powerful force! Feeling the huge force in their hands, the two men were shocked. They looked at Zhuowen with a trace of fear in their eyes. "Brat, you will not have a good ending if you offend our Zhao clan. Moreover, Master Qiu's strength is not something we can compare to. If you disturb Master Qiu, I'm afraid you will die miserably." The woman held her chest, and her breathing became rapid. When she saw that Zhuowen still intended to walk toward Qiu, who was still concentrating on carving, the resentment on her face became more intense. She said coldly, based on her interactions with Qiu over the past few days, she could feel that Qiu was an extremely cold person. Moreover, his hidden strength was extremely powerful. After all, even the elders of their Zhao clan did not dare to offend Qiu. Naturally, he was very powerful. Therefore, when she saw that Zhuowen was still walking toward Qiu, the woman's face was not shocked. Instead, she was happy. "Looks like there is no need for our Zhao clan to take action. This brat is so arrogant and despotic. Once he disturbs Master Qiu, he will definitely be dissatisfied and angry. At that time, I will be able to see Master Qiu take action with my own eyes." Humph! This brat will definitely die this time. The woman thought viciously in her heart. After the woman's rather vicious warning, Zhuowen only shrugged his shoulders. He walked in front of Qiu Qiu at the counter and snatched the wooden carving from his hand. He muttered, "Old man, you are still pretending. Don't you want to get rid of the hidden danger in your body?" Seeing Zhuowen snatch the wooden carving from Qiu Qiu's hand without any scruples, the woman could not help but be stunned. However, the cold sneer in her heart became even more intense. She knew that Zhuowen had completely offended Qiu Qiu. With Qiu Qiu's cold and perverse temperament, he would definitely not let the young man in front of him off easily. Just as the woman continued to sneer in her heart and thought that Zhuowen would definitely be killed by Qiu Qiu on the spot, she saw Qiu Qiu slowly raise his head. After looking at the young man in front of him, a rare smile appeared on his ferocious face. This smile was something that the woman had never seen before. "Little brother, you are indeed a man of your word. Today, you have indeed come to the shop as promised." Slowly putting down the carving knife in his hand, the smile on Qiu Qiu's face became even more intense. It was so intense that it had even reached a level of enthusiasm. At the entrance of the shop, the woman, who was supported by two men, could not help but feel her mind go blank when she saw the enthusiastic smile on Qiu Qiu's face. She had never thought that Qiu Qiu, who was known for being cold and indifferent, would actually reveal such an enthusiastic smile. This really caused the woman's mind to be unable to wrap itself around it. What is the background of this kid? Even Master Qiu is so enthusiastic towards him. The woman's lips squirmed a little, but she was rather bitter as she muttered to herself. At the same time, a thick feeling of unwillingness slowly rose from her heart. Thinking back, for so many consecutive days, she had worked like a horse for Qiu Qiu and served him like a servant. However, Qiu Qiu simply did not care about her. However, now that this unfamiliar young man had appeared, he actually became so enthusiastic. This caused the woman to feel extremely wronged in her heart. My heart is thinking about that piece of metal. Naturally, I want to conclude the deal between us as soon as possible. After all, we are only taking what we need. Zhuowen said with a lazy smile. That's true. Qiu Qiu nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to speak, the woman, who had been ignored all this time, suddenly opened her mouth. The woman bit her lower lip with her pearly white teeth and said somewhat hesitantly, "Master Qiu." Qiu Qiu, who had been interrupted, frowned slightly as he glanced at the woman and said indifferently, "There is no need to call me Master Qiu. I have never said that I wanted to take you as my disciple. Also, you don't have to come in the future. I am very clear about the tricks in your heart." Chapter 260. Extreme cold freeze. Get lost. Don't bother me in the future. Qiu Qiu waved his hand somewhat impatiently. Immediately, a heart-palpitating yuan power gale immediately spread out. The lady was suddenly startled. Along with the few people beside her, they all involuntarily retreated out of the shop under the effect of this gale. Creak! The shop's door also closed at this moment, leaving the lady and the other two standing in front of the door in a daze. So strong. No wonder the clan elders are so afraid of Elder Qiu Qiu. But what exactly is that young man's identity to actually be treated so courteously by Elder Qiu Qiu? The lady's eyes were filled with a complicated expression as she softly sighed. Inside the shop, Qiu Qiu had a slight smile on his face as he rubbed his hands and said, "Little friend Zhuowen, it's time for you to expel the extreme cold freeze for this old man, right?" "Of course. However, Elder, you should first hand over that metal piece to me. When the time comes, I will naturally expel the cold aura from your body. After all, we have a business relationship." Slightly nodding his head, Zhuowen extended his hand and smiled. How can this old man go back on his words? Take it. Qiu Qiu was somewhat displeased. he took out the metal piece and tossed it to Zhuowen before continuing. However, this old man has to remind you that although this metal piece is a little strange, this old man has studied it for many years and has yet to discover anything special about it. Receiving the metal piece, Zhuowen's face immediately revealed a joyous expression. As for Qiu Chao's reminder, Zhuowen simply did not take it to heart. After all, he possessed the lightning snake wings in his body and had already indirectly received the inheritance of the 6 wings of wind and lightning. Therefore, this metal piece might be a piece of scrap metal in the hands of others, but in his hands, it was like a treasure. Then let's begin. Smiling as he kept the metal piece into his Qianquan bag, Zhuowen said in a happy mood. Qiu Chou somewhat hesitantly glanced at Zhuowen before finally nodding his head and said, "Little friend Zhuowen, this old man's injuries will completely depend on you. You must be careful." "Of course. However, this will require your cooperation. After all, it is rather dangerous for the earth fire to enter one's body. Therefore, when I use the earth fire, please don't make any moves to resist." Zhuowen's expression was rather indifferent as he spoke indifferently. Qiu Chou nodded his head as the yuan power within his body surged. The robes on his body instantly tore apart, revealing his well-built upper body. Zhuowen snapped his right hand, and a wisp of 9 heavens thunder inferno flame immediately gushed out from his fingertip. At the same time, the mental energy within his Naiwen palace also slowly gushed out. Like a rope, it wrapped around the wisp of thunder flame at his fingertip, after which Zhuowen's fingertips suddenly pressed into the Xian Yin acupoint on Qiu Chao's back. With a puff sound, the thunder flame at his fingertip drilled into Qiu Chao's body. Qiu Chao's entire body trembled as he involuntarily let out a suppressed groan. Evidently, the feeling of the earth fire entering one's body was not very pleasant. With his finger pressed against Qiu Chao's back, Zhuowen used his spiritual energy to continuously guide the wisp of thunder flame, rapidly shuttling through the meridians in his body. What caused Zhuowen to be somewhat shocked was that within Qiu Chao's 8 extraordinary meridians, it was practically covered in a blue cold air. This cold air was the extremely difficult to deal with extreme Arctic frost. As it continued to penetrate deeper, the wisp of thunder flame finally reached his bones. Through the senses of his mental energy, Zhuowen could sense the scene wherever the thunder flame went. When he sensed that the surface of Qiu Chao's bones was actually covered in a thick layer of blue ice, his eyebrows involuntarily knitted together. The corrosion of the extreme Arctic frost has actually reached his bones. I truly did not expect that Qiu Chao's injuries had already reached such a serious stage. As he muttered to himself, Zhuowen's face was filled with a grave expression. Treating the symptoms requires treating the root of the problem. The cold air in the meridians is relatively easy to expel. However, the extreme Arctic frost in his bones is rather troublesome. I must first expel the cold air deep within his bones. His gaze flickered for a moment before Zhuowen's mind moved. The wisp of thunder flame that had penetrated deep into Qiu Chao's body immediately became much more vigorous, while its temperature also violently rose. As the temperature of the thunder flame rose, Qiu Chao's tightly shut eyes instantly twitched a few times. A trace of pain surfaced on his face, while his loosened hands also gently clenched. As his eyes gradually narrowed, Zhuowen deeply inhaled a breath of air. His mental energy relaxed, causing the thunder flame to become even more vigorous. Soon after, the thunder flame emitted a faint muffled sound before directly surging and completely enveloping Qiu Chao's bones. Ah! Qiu Chao's eyes abruptly widened in anger. His mouth was wide open as he actually directly let out a painful groan. His voice appeared rather hoarse and dry. "Endure it. The extreme Arctic frost has already directly penetrated your bones. If you want to completely expel it, you must first expel the cold air within your bones. Zhuowen's right hand suddenly pressing down on Qiu Chao's trembling body as he spoke with a solemn expression. Then I'll have to trouble little friend Zhuowen. When Qiu Chou heard this, a glint abruptly flashed across his eyes. With regards to his injuries, he was naturally very clear. Just as Zhuowen had said, the extreme Arctic frost had already penetrated into his bones. Now that Zhuowen had pointed it out, Qiu Chao's confidence in Zhuowen increased by several degrees. He clenched his teeth and endured the intense pain that felt as if his bones had been broken and did not make another sound. Hiss! The extreme Arctic frost was indeed the most powerful Earth-grade cold air. When the raging thunder flame completely enveloped the bones, the extreme Arctic frost that had adhered to the surface of the bones was immediately like a threatened poisonous snake, as it suddenly erupted with a blue cold air, intending to retaliate. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The cold air actually formed a small whirlwind on the bones, instantly blowing a large hole in the thunder flame that had almost completely enveloped the bones. Soon after, an extremely cold air was immediately released from this hole, pouncing towards the thunder flame in layers. For a moment, the nine heavens thunder blaze was actually directly suppressed by this cold air. Looks like one type of earth fire is indeed insufficient. This extreme Arctic frost is truly abnormal. After secretly cursing, the fire saint symbol in Zhuowen's left hand immediately became blazing hot. Soon after, 3,000 green lotus flames erupted. The green fire lotus directly entered Qiu Chao's body when it appeared, and swiftly penetrated deep into his bones at a speed that was akin to blowing dry leaves and smashing rotten wood. Boom! When the two earth fires merged, an extremely powerful aura erupted. A low and deep explosion sounded out like a lit fuse. However, what made Zhuowen rather impressed was that Qiu Chao's body had already undergone a tremendous transformation, yet he still gritted his teeth and did not utter a single word. Clearly, Qiu Chao's temperament and willpower were extremely terrifying. Break for me. At this moment, Zhuowen no longer had any misgivings. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes as his mind suddenly moved. The nine heavens thunder blaze and the 3,000 green lotus flames in Qiu Chao's body merged together, and an extremely powerful flame energy suddenly erupted. With the fire saint symbol in his possession, Zhuowen's fire control skills could be said to be at the grandmaster level. A technique like forcefully merging two types of flames was something that Zhuowen could do easily. Boom, boom, boom. When the two types of earth fires merged together, it immediately suppressed the extreme Arctic frost that was like a maggot in one's bones. At the same time, Qiu Chou let out a muffled groan and violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression became somewhat dispirited, but he still gritted his teeth and did not utter a single word. A trace of joy appeared on Zhuowen's face as he felt the extreme Arctic frost continuously being suppressed in his bones. Soon after, Zhuowen immediately controlled the extreme Arctic frost that had been suppressed by the two types of earth fires and continuously pulled it out of his body. Swoosh! Qiu Chao's body violently trembled as a ball of blue crystal swept out from his body. At the same time, the temperature in the shop suddenly dropped at a frightening speed. A thick layer of ice began to condense on the floor and the shelves in the shop. Is this the extreme Arctic frost? The cold energy contained within it is truly terrifying. Looking at the surroundings that had instantly turned into a world of ice and snow, Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly as he could not help but exclaim in admiration. However, this extreme Arctic frost is just right for me. With a faint smile, the ice saint symbol on the back of Zhuowen's right hand immediately released a dazzling blue light. Soon after, an ancient suppressive force suddenly acted on the blue crystal that was quietly suspended in midair. After all, the ice fire saint symbol was a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. It possessed the power to subdue the unique flames and cold energy of heaven and earth. Although the ice fire saint symbol in Zhuowen's hand was only incomplete, it was still not something that an earth-rank cold energy like the extreme Arctic frost could resist. Buzz. The blue crystal let out a slightly unwilling buzz as it was directly suppressed and absorbed by the ice saint symbol. Swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, the 9 heavens thunder inferno and 3,000 blue lotus flames that had remained in Qiu Chao's body returned to Zhuowen's body. The harvest this time was quite bountiful. Not only did I obtain the lightning serpent wings, I even managed to subdue an extremely powerful earth-rank cold energy like the extreme Arctic frost. In terms of strength, the extreme Arctic frost's might has already surpassed the 9 heavens thunder inferno and 3,000 blue lotus flames. With the extreme Arctic frost in my hands, even an ultimate Emperor realm expert would be wary and have a headache, Zhuowen thought excitedly with a faint smile. Moreover, what made Zhuowen the most excited was that ever since he had obtained the 9 heavens thunder inferno and 3,000 blue lotus flames, he had lacked the corresponding earth-rank cold energy. Now, the extreme Arctic frost had made up for the missing earth-rank cold energy. Now that he had both the earth fire and the earth-rank cold energy, Zhuowen knew that he could use the ice fire saint symbol to completely combine these two somewhat abnormal energies. From there, he would be able to create an ice fire that was comparable to heavenly fire. Its power was probably enough to injure an ultimate Emperor realm expert. What a lucky kid. You were able to gather such a powerful earth-rank cold energy just by casually treating someone. Looks like your ice fire saint symbol will come in handy once again. Xiaohei's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Hee. Even an ultimate Emperor stage expert would have to avoid the ice fire created from the earth-rank ice and fire energy. Zhuowen grinned as he spoke in a rather happy manner. Even so, with your current physique, I'm afraid that you won't be able to endure such a powerful ice fire energy. Therefore, this Dragon Lord suggests that you cultivate a body-tempering technique first, Xiaohei suddenly said in a rather serious manner. Hearing these words, the smile on Zhuowen's face faded. The side effects of the ice fire were extremely great. Zhuowen naturally knew that if one's cultivation level was not high enough or if one's physical body was not strong enough, it was likely that Zhuowen would be killed by the ice and fire energy before the ice fire could be created. Looks like I need to get a body tempering technique. Zhuowen laughed bitterly as he muttered to himself. Boom. Chapter 261. Xuanai, what a powerful aura. Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he turned to look at Qiu Chou, who was not far away. Qiu Chou was currently sitting on the ground as waves of powerful aura continuously surged out from his body. It was as if a great beast was awakening within his body. Bang, bang, bang. With Qiu Chou as the center, spiral-shaped airwaves continuously spread out in all directions. The shelves in the shop were instantly turned into dust under the effect of the airwaves. Even Zhuowen could not help but retreat continuously. This aura is not something that an ordinary Ultimate Emperor realm expert can emit. Could it be that Qiu Chou was originally this powerful? Zhuowen forcefully stopped himself as he stomped his foot on the ground. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Qiu Chou, who was at the center of the countless waves of qi. Kid, you guessed right. Qiu Chou's strength has probably reached the level of a 3-wheel Ultimate Emperor realm expert. Furthermore, from the looks of it, he seems to have comprehended something. It's very likely that his strength will reach the level of a four-wheel ultimate emperor realm expert in a short period of time. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly rang out in Zhuo Wen's mind, causing him to be stunned. He's actually a three-wheel ultimate emperor realm expert. Where did this Qiu Chou come from? This kind of strength is simply overwhelming in Broken Rock City. I'm afraid that even Broken Rock City's city lord, Ouyang Yintu, would not be a match for Qiu Chou. Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed as he spoke with some surprise. Once a cultivator reached the ultimate emperor realm, every round of advancement was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Furthermore, every time a cultivator advanced, their strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. According to Zhuo Wen's knowledge, Broken Rock City's city lord, Ouyang Yintu, was only a two-wheel ultimate emperor realm expert. However, this kind of strength was nothing more than a three-wheel ultimate emperor realm expert, like Qiu Chou. Ha ha, it's been 10 years. The extreme frost has been tormenting this old man for 10 years. Finally, this damned frost chi has been completely removed today. Qiu Chou laughed heartily towards the sky. His laughter was filled with joy and relief. He was clearly a peerless expert, but his strength had been restricted by the extreme frost. This kind of feeling of being in fear was indeed sullen. Moreover, this kind of situation had persisted for 10 years. It was no wonder that Qiu Chou could laugh so wantonly after he was released. Little friend Zhuowen, it's all thanks to your help this time. If it weren't for you, this old man would have to suffer the torment of the extreme cold and wouldn't be able to escape it for the rest of my life. So please accept this old man's bow. After regaining his senses, Qiu Chou's expression suddenly turned solemn as he earnestly sized up Zhuowen. Under the latter's astonished gaze, he raised his head and bowed. Senior Qiu, there's no need to be so courteous. It's just a normal transaction between us. After all, I've also received a lot of benefits from you. Zhuowen helped him up and said rather embarrassedly, after all, the person in front of him was a genuine ultimate emperor realm expert. Zhuowen felt a little strange that such an expert was bowing so respectfully to him. How can this old man's life be taken lightly? Although it's true that we've made a transaction, you're the only one who's been able to expel the extreme frost from my body for 10 years. Therefore, this old man still owes you a favor. At this point, Qiu Chou flicked his finger. A jade talisman turned into a ray of light and shot into Zhuowen's palm. This jade talisman contains the teleportation formation that this old man has refined. If you encounter any danger, feel free to crush it. At that time, this old man will directly come to your side and help you resolve this crisis. Zhuowen was stunned. He looked at the jade talisman in his hand and couldn't help but reveal an expression of wild joy. He knew that this jade talisman represented the assistance of this ultimate emperor realm expert. A ultimate emperor realm expert was at the peak of strength in the entire Qing Xian Empire. To be able to obtain a favor from such an expert was undoubtedly an extremely fortunate thing for Zhuowen. Many thanks, Senior Qiu. Zhuowen smiled as he kept the jade talisman. He cupped his hands together in gratitude. There's no need to thank me. Qiu Chou waved his hand and suddenly turned his head to look at the messy shop around him. He sighed softly and said, "It's been 10 years. I never imagined that 10 years would pass so quickly. It's time for me to leave this place." Qiu Chou's gaze was complicated as he sized up the surrounding shelves. He suddenly waved his right hand, and the scattered half-finished wooden carvings immediately floated into the air. Then, under Qiu Chou's power, they were all reduced to dust. After doing all this, Qiu Chou no longer had any lingering feelings. With a stomp of his foot, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the spot. Little friend Zhuowen, if you encounter any trouble immediately crushed the jade talisman. This old man will definitely be waiting for you. The moment Xiao Chou left, Xiao Chou's voice sounded in Zhuowen's ears. Gazing at Xiao Chou's departing figure, Zhuowen's eyes contained a trace of complexity. He never imagined that he would be able to meet a reclusive expert like Xiao Chou in a random little shop. However, in the end, he still did not know where Xiao Chou came from. Let's not think about this anymore. Now that I have the Thunder Dragon wings, I'll go back and see if I can comprehend it. Tomorrow, I still have to go to the Zhao family to find Zhao Wenxian and meet the head of the Zhao family. Aunt's matter cannot be delayed. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to grandfather when I return. Shaking his head, Zhuowen mumbled in a low voice and directly left the shop. Pitch-black darkness slowly descended, as if a black dragon had covered the sky. The entire world fell into silence. Within the loft, Zhuowen's gaze slightly sunk as he stared at the blue metal piece in his palm. His face revealed a pondering expression as he muttered to himself. In order to obtain the Thunder Dragon Wings cultivation method within the metal piece, I should also need to use the power of lightning to stimulate it. As he spoke, Zhuowen's right hand was filled with an endless amount of lightning energy. It sizzled as it poured into the metal piece in his hand. As expected, the metal piece quickly reacted. Soon after, countless words formed by lightning transformed into a screen of light that floated in midair. The first thing that entered his eyes was the 3 large words, Thunder Serpent Wings. Following that was a dense list of cultivation methods for the Thunder Serpent Wings. With the experience of cultivating the Thunder Serpent Wings, Zhuowen comprehended the Thunder Serpent Wings very quickly. Time flew by, and in a flash, a night had passed. That night, Zhuowen had basically been comprehending the Thunder Dragon Wings. However, it was a pity that the difficulty of cultivating the Thunder Dragon Wings was much higher than the Thunder Snake Wings. Thus, until now, he had only scratched the surface. The difficulty of cultivating the Thunder Dragon Wings is many times higher than the Thunder Snake Wings. Looks like if I want to completely comprehend it, I'm afraid that I'll need at least a few months. As he stretched his back, Zhuowen shook his head and clicked his tongue. Transforming a snake into a dragon is not an easy task. Among the lightning wings, the Thunder Snake Wings is the simplest cultivation method. The Thunder Dragon Wings is the middle level, while the Thunder Dragon Wings is the most difficult. If one's talent is not enough, the Thunder Dragon Wings is simply not easy to cultivate. Xiao Hei's cold voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Shrugging his shoulders, Zhuowen ignored Xiao Hei's mocking words. Instead, he pushed open the door with large strides and walked out. He had previously agreed with Zhao Wenxian to visit the Zhao family in 2 days. Today was already the 2nd day. Zhuowen decided to pay a visit to the Zhao family and inquire about his aunt's whereabouts at the same time. Walking out of the courtyard, Zhuowen saw from afar that Grandmaster Tsang Mu was leading 2 figures as they slowly walked over. What surprised Zhuowen was that Grandmaster Tsang Mu's face revealed a rather respectful expression. Shifting his gaze slightly, Zhuowen focused his attention on the 2 people beside Grandmaster Tsang Mu. One of them looked to be in his 40s. His hair was white, and he was a middle-aged man who always had a warm smile on his face. The other person was a woman in her 20s. However, when Zhuowen's gaze shifted to the woman's face, a trace of amazement involuntarily appeared on his face. This woman had a slender figure, and her eyes were as clear as a spring in a secluded forest. She was cold and arrogant, and she had an exquisite face, long and slender eyebrows. A veil that was like snow tightly outlined her curvaceous body, and it contrasted with her exposed skin, causing the woman to have a trace of an icy charm that was difficult to conceal. If one merely looked at this woman, one would be attracted by the faintly discernible ice-cold charm emitted from her body. It would make a man involuntarily want to completely conquer this ice-cold beauty and make her ice-cold face blossom with the most sincere smile for him. Although this woman's appearance could not be compared to Mu Qinxue, the unique temperament on her body always emitted a rather seductive feeling. Old Master Tsang Mu. Zhuowen walked forward. Just as he was about to call him old man, he saw Grandmaster Tsang Mu continuously giving him a meaningful glance. Left with no choice, Zhuowen could only temporarily change the way he addressed him. Zhuowen, this is the president of Broken Rock City's Arcane Guild, Master Kuya. He's a bona fide grade 4 advanced arcanist. Even Broken Rock City's city lord, Ouyang Yintu, doesn't dare to disrespect him. Seeing that Zhuowen was so respectful, the smile on Grandmaster Tsang Mu's face became even wider. He hurriedly pointed at the middle-aged man beside him and introduced him to Zhuowen. "Greetings, Master Kuya." In front of a grade 4 arcanist, Zhuowen did not dare to have the slightest arrogance. Moreover, Master Kuya in front of him was an advanced grade 4 arcanist. His strength and status were not inferior to an ordinary marquis. With such a status, Zhuowen naturally did not dare to have the slightest neglect. He must be the Zhuowen that you've been praising endlessly. His talent is indeed not bad. At such a young age, he already has an advanced grade 2 mind power. If there are no accidents, in a few years, this child may become a grade 3 arcanist. Master Kuya looked kindly and smiled as he sized up Zhuowen. Hearing this, Grandmaster Tsang Mu naturally could not stop smiling. After all, it was not that easy to receive praise from the president of the Arcane Guild. The path of mind is not that easy to cultivate. He is indeed talented to be able to reach the advanced grade 2 arcanist at the age of 17. However, to reach grade 3 before the age of 20 is simply a fool's dream. I'm afraid that he may be stuck at the advanced grade 2 arcanist until the age of 20 without the slightest progress. The cold-faced woman suddenly glanced sideways at Zhuowen and sneered. "Xuanai, don't be presumptuous." Master Kuya's face darkened slightly as he said in a displeased tone. Chapter 262. Zhao Xuanwu Master Kuya helplessly glanced at his cold disciple in front of him. He clearly knew how arrogant his disciple was. He also knew that his disciple had the qualifications to be arrogant. She started cultivating mental energy at the age of 10, broke through to grade 1 at 12, reached complete grade 1 at 13, and became a grade 2 arcanist at 14. After that, she used only a year to reach complete grade 2. At that time, Xuanai was only 15 years old. However, the mental energy path was originally more difficult as one progressed. Even with Xuanai's monstrous talent, she used a full 5 years to go from complete grade 2 to initial grade 3. From this, one could see how difficult it was to advance to grade 3. However, Master Kuya had said that Zhuowen could become a grade 3 arcanist in a few years. Wasn't this indirectly saying that Zhuowen's talent was not inferior to hers? With Xuanai's arrogant character, she was naturally unhappy. Zhuowen's brows furrowed slightly as he gazed at Xuanai, who kept pointing at him. He really didn't like Xuanai's attitude of looking down on him. It made it seem like she was the most talented and everyone else was mediocre. Being stuck at complete grade 2 for a full 5 years, is this speed and talent very high? Aren't you a little too conceited? With a cold smile, Zhuowen unceremoniously retorted, "What do you know? You haven't even reached complete grade 2. How would you know how difficult it is to break through to become a grade 3 arcanist? At the end of the day, you're just a frog at the bottom of a well." Xuanai coldly stared at Zhuowen. Her cold face was suddenly filled with ridicule. Frog at the bottom of a well? Who exactly is the frog at the bottom of the well? I will let you know at the Arcana ceremony in 5 days. Teacher Kuraki, Master Kuya, I still have things to do. I will take my leave first. Zhuowen really could not stand this girl who was bursting with confidence in front of him. After bidding farewell to Master Kuraki and Master Kuya, he did not stay any longer. He's quite stubborn. Don't tell me that this fellow wants to participate in the Arcana ceremony, but even if this kind of trash participates, he will be eliminated in the first round. Want to compete with this lady? What a fool's dream. Looking at Zhuowen's departing figure, the corner of Xuanai's mouth was filled with a sneer. Master Karaki's face was a bit ugly. After all, Zhuowen was his disciple. Now, that Xuanai was speaking ill of Zhuowen in front of him, Master Karaki's heart was filled with anger. However, Xuanai was Master Kuya's personal disciple after all, so Master Kuraki didn't dare to fall out with her. However, he secretly thought to himself, Zhuowen's spiritual force isn't weaker than this girl's, it's even stronger than hers. This girl is such a snob. Let's see how Zhuowen will surprise her in the Arcana ceremony in 5 days. The Zhao clan's residence was quite far from the loft where Zhuowen lived. One was in the north, while the other was in the south. After passing through a few streets, Zhuowen finally arrived in front of the main gate of the Zhao clan's residence. The main gate of the Zhao clan's residence was very imposing. Stone lions dozens of feet tall stood on both sides, holding bowl-sized stone pearls in their mouths. On top of the stone lions was a huge red lacquer gate. At the gate stood 2 guards with vigilant expressions. Stop! This is the Zhao clan's residence. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. The 2 guards crossed their weapons in front of Zhuowen and said coldly. However, when the 2 guards noticed the rank 2 Arcana Master badge on Zhuowen's chest, their hands suddenly trembled. The coldness on their faces suddenly faded and was replaced with a trace of flattery. The young man in front of them was a rank 2 Arcana Master. This identity was not someone they could afford to offend. Sir, may I know what business you have with our Zhao clan? Looking at the guards in front of him, who changed their expressions as quickly as drinking water, Zhuowen sighed in his heart. He finally understood how useful this Arcana Master badge was. At the very least, when others met him, they were polite and did not dare to be the slightest bit disrespectful. I have been invited by the young lady of your Zhao clan, Zhao Wenxian, to visit today. I hope the 2 of you can inform her. Zhuowen glanced at the interior of the residence and said indifferently, So, you are the young lady's friend. I will go in and inform her. One of the guards said respectfully. Then he hurriedly entered the residence. It was likely that he had gone in to inform her. Not long after, a petite figure appeared in the residence. This figure was naturally Zhao Wenxian. Zhao Wenxian, who had appeared at the entrance, quickly saw Zhuowen. Her pretty face immediately lit up, and she quickly walked in front of Zhuowen. Big brother Zhuowen, you've finally come. Zhao Wenxian's face was flushed red. She did not dare to look directly at Zhuowen. However, when her gaze swept past Zhuowen's chest, her beautiful eyes immediately stared at the badge on his chest. A trace of shock flashed through her eyes. Big brother Zhuowen, you are also a grade 2 Arcana Master? Zhao Wenxian could not help but ask. There was still a trace of shock in her beautiful eyes. She knew that the young man before her was only around 17 years old, yet he actually possessed the strength of a rank 2 Arcana Master at such an age. Zhao Wenxian couldn't help but be extremely shocked. Moreover, she knew that Zhuowen's cultivation in the martial Tao was extremely terrifying, and his cultivation had already reached the Earth King realm. She never thought that the young man before her would be such a genius in both martial and mental strength. This caused Zhao Wenqian to feel even more admiration in her heart. Every young girl hoped that the man they admired would be perfect. At this moment, Zhuowen was the man Zhao Wenqian admired in her heart. However, she did not dare to say it out loud. Nodding slightly, Zhuowen smiled and said, "I've come to disturb you today. I want to see your father. Is that okay?" "Yes, of course you can. Father really wants to see you after hearing about your deeds. Come, I'll bring you to see my father." Zhao Wenqian grabbed Zhuowen's arm and led Zhuowen into the residence with a blush on her face. Zhuowen did not mind Zhao Wenqian's intimate actions. After all, the little girl in front of him was only around 13 years old. Zhuowen only treated her as a little sister. Naturally, his mind did not have any improper thoughts. Not long after Zhuowen and Zhao Wenqian left, a black shadow suddenly appeared in a corner of the residence. This black shadow looked deeply at Zhuowen's back and muttered in a low voice, "It seems that this young man called Zhuowen is not simple. He's actually a grade 2 Arcana Master. Looks like this is not going to be easy. I need to go back and ask for the eldest young master's opinion." After saying that, the black shadow seemed to evaporate and disappeared on the spot in an instant in a rather grand pavilion to the east of the Zhao residence. Zhao Yaoting's brows were knitted together. He stared at the black shadow in front of him and said, "That Zhuowen is actually a grade 2 Arcana Master? Shadow, are you sure you didn't see wrong?" The black shadow was pitch black, and his facial features could not be distinguished at all. He was like a shadow. This black shadow was Zhao Yaoting's trusted general, codenamed Shadow. His strength was at the advanced Heavenly King stage. However, Shadow's attack method was very strange. It was like a shadow, making it impossible to guard against. Shadow once had a glorious record of killing a cultivator at the advanced Heavenly King stage. That Zhuowen has a grade 2 Arcana Master badge on his chest. This badge is unique to the Arcane Guild, so it shouldn't be fake. "Master, are we still going to prepare to kill this Zhuowen?" Shadow hesitated for a moment before replying coldly, "Cancel the assassination operation first. I really didn't expect this kid to be a grade 2 Arcana Master, and his martial arts realm is even more powerful. Even Zhao Wuji is not his match. This kid's talent is really terrifying. The Arcane Guild is not to be trifled with. If they know that I killed a genius of the Arcane Guild, I'm afraid I won't be able to live." Zhao Yaoting narrowed his eyes. When the Arcane Guild was mentioned, his eyes were full of fear. He knew very well how powerful the Arcane Guild was in Broken Rock City. This force was so powerful that even the City Lord's mansion had to bow to it. This was also the reason why Arcanists had such a high status in Broken Rock City. Then what should we do? This Zhuowen has killed many of Master's men. Even Zhao Wuji, whom you valued the most, was killed by him. Don't tell me that we are just going to let this go?" Aning said somewhat unwillingly. "Humph. Compared to this Zhuowen, Zhao Wuji is just a fart. This kid alone is worth hundreds or thousands of Zhao Wuji. If I can win this kid over, then the position of the Zhao family's patriarch will be at my fingertips." Zhao Yaoting's eyes flashed as he spoke. "I've seen this kid before. I don't think Zhuowen is easy to win over." Shadow shook his head. In the face of enough benefits, anyone will be swayed. This kid is too young and obviously doesn't know much about the ways of the world. This kind of person is actually the easiest to win over." Zhao Yaoting's lips curled into a smile as he said indifferently. Following Zhao Wenqian, they passed through several pavilions and finally stopped at a very large attic. Inside the attic was a large hall. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a solemn expression was sitting in the depths of the hall. Obviously, This man should be the patriarch of the Zhao family. Zhao Xuanwu. In the hall, other than Zhao Xuanwu, who was sitting on the main seat, there was also a woman sitting on the second seat. Zhuowen was also familiar with this woman. She was the woman in tight clothes who escorted Zhao Wenxian back then, Zhao Tongyu. The arrival of Zhuowen and Zhao Wenxian immediately attracted the attention of the two people in the hall. Zhao Xuanwu looked straight at Zhuowen. There was a burst of light in the depths of his eyes, like a sharp sword that pierced into Zhuowen's heart. At the same time, a fierce aura suddenly pressed towards Zhuowen. Humph! With a stomp of his foot, his entire body was covered in lightning. In an instant, he broke through this aura and stepped into the hall as if nothing had happened. Zhao Xuanwu looked at the youth in front of him with some astonishment. The fierce aura he released earlier was naturally to test him. Zhao Xuanwu didn't really believe that the youth in front of him, who had been praised to the skies by Zhao Wenxian and Zhao Tongyu, could kill Zhao Wuji at such a young age. However, after Zhuowen broke through his aura in such a leisurely manner, he finally knew that the youth in front of him was indeed very strong. He smiled slightly and was about to speak when Zhao Tongyu suddenly exclaimed, "Zhuowen, you're actually also an Arcana Master?" When Zhao Xuanwu heard this, the smile on his face immediately froze. His gaze swept towards Zhuowen's chest. When he discovered that there were 2 golden lines on the badge on his chest, his pupils suddenly shrank. Chapter 263. Chapter 263. Whereabouts? You must be Zhuowen, right? I'm Zhao Xuanwu, the head of the Zhao clan and also Wenxian's father. The fact that Wenxian and Tongyu were able to return safely is all thanks to you, little friend Zhuowen. Zhao Xuanwu's eyes flickered as he laughed heartily and walked towards Zhuowen with a warm smile on his face. Uncle, you flatter me. Actually, I have come here this time, specifically to pay a visit to Uncle. Zhuowen smiled slightly and said in a rather courteous manner, "Oh, visit me?" Zhao Xuanwu was slightly stunned. He glanced at Zhao Wenxian and Zhao Tongyu suspiciously. The 2 women didn't seem to have told him that Zhuowen would specifically look for him. I don't think little friend Zhuowen would visit me for no reason. Since you've come to look for me, please speak your mind. As long as this humble one is able to help, this humble one will do his best to help. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Xuanwu laughed heartily. Right now, his position in the family was weak, and Zhao Yaoding's power was extremely great. Although he was the patriarch of the Zhao family, the power he could mobilize was not as great as Zhao Yaoding's. Therefore, when he heard that Zhao Wenxian and the others were assassinated by Zhao Yaoding, although Zhao Xuanwu was furious, he did not dare to do anything to Zhao Yaoding. Although the Zhuowen in front of him was young, being able to kill Zhao Wuji meant that Zhuowen's strength was not weaker than an ordinary heavenly king stage cultivator. This kind of strength was of great help to him. Moreover, what Zhao Xuanwu valued the most was Zhuowen's status as a rank 2 Arcana Master. To be able to become a rank 2 Arcana Master at the age of 17 meant that his talent was much greater than even that of Ouyang Yateo from the City Lord's mansion. Thus, he knew that Zhuowen definitely had an extremely powerful master behind him. He knew that if he could pull the young man in front of him to his camp, his influence in the family would most likely surpass Zhao Yaoding's. At that time, he would have the strength to completely eliminate Zhao Yaoding's greatest threat. Zhuowen casually took a seat below. Then he shot a glance at Zhao Wenxian and Zhao Tongyu. His eyes flickered as he said, "There are no outsiders here. So I'll speak frankly. I wonder if Uncle has heard of the name Zhuo Meijin?" "Zhuo Meijin? How do you know this name?" Your surname is Zhuo as well. Could it be that you're a descendant of Meijin?" Zhao Xuanwu frowned and looked at the young man in front of him curiously. Seeing Zhao Xuanwu's reaction, a trace of joy flashed in Zhuo Wen's eyes. It seemed like Zhao Xuanwu knew about his aunt. He hurriedly said, "Zhuo Meijin is my aunt. If uncle knows of my aunt's whereabouts, I hope you can tell me. I will definitely thank you." "You're Meijin's nephew?" Zhao Xuanwu's face revealed a trace of surprise. Then he said rather sadly, "If you want to find your aunt, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. 10 years ago, your aunt had already—" At this point, Zhao Xuanwu's face suddenly became somewhat dispirited and gloomy. Frowning slightly, Zhuowen faintly felt that something was amiss. He hurriedly asked, "What happened to my aunt? What exactly happened 10 years ago?" "Your aunt is no longer alive. She married into our Zhao family 10 years ago. Half a year later, there was a sudden news that she had contracted a serious illness and passed away. Originally, I had a good relationship with your aunt. Back then, when the news spread, I wanted to see her one last time. However, that fellow, Zhao Yaoding, refused to let us meet. Furthermore, he had sealed off all information regarding Mei Jin." At this point, Zhao Xuanwu's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. "Zhao Yaoding? The person my aunt had married back. Then was this Zhao Yaoding?" Narrowing his eyes, Zhuo Wen's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Back then, Zhao Yaoding had suddenly come to ask for her hand in marriage. Half a year later, his aunt had suddenly died. Furthermore, all information regarding his aunt had been sealed off. All of these indicated that there was definitely a hidden story behind this. Zhao Xuanwu's eyes flickered. Finally, he nodded lightly. "Back then, the one who sent people to assassinate your daughter was Zhao Yaoding. You should know about this as well. Why don't you bring him to justice?" Looking at the somewhat silent middle-aged man in front of him, Zhuowen frowned and said with slight displeasure, "From Zhuowen's point of view, Zhao Yaoding was the head of the Zhao family after all. His authority and status were unique in the Zhao family. Furthermore, he had the advantage of reason. It was entirely possible for him to convict Zhao Yaoding. However, Zhao Xuanwu did not move for a long time. This caused Zhuowen to be rather puzzled and dissatisfied. Unexpectedly, Zhao Xuanwu laughed bitterly and said somewhat helplessly, "Little friend Zhuowen, there's something you don't know. In fact, my title as the head of the Zhao family is somewhat undeserved. Although Zhao Yaoding is not the head of the family, his influence in the Zhao family is extremely great. Furthermore, the elders of the family are biased towards Zhao Yaoding. If it weren't for Zhao Yaoding's fear of our ancestor, I'm afraid he would have already taken action to seize the position of the head of the family." When Zhuowen heard this, a strange expression appeared on his face. He did not expect that the head of the Zhao family in front of him would be in such a miserable state. The family's influence and prestige were actually inferior to Zhao Yaoding's. How strong is Zhao Yaoding? Also, who are the powerful people under him? Zhuowen knew that if he wanted to thoroughly investigate Zhuo Meijin's past, he would have to start with Zhao Yaoding. The only way at present was to completely overthrow Zhao Yaoding's influence in the Zhao family. Zhao Xuanwu was stunned for a moment before his face revealed an expression of ecstasy. He knew that the youth in front of him wanted to kill Zhao Yaoding. After all, Zhuo Meijin had married into the Zhao family because of Zhao Yaoding. Zhuo Meijin's death was definitely greatly related to Zhao Yaoding. If he wanted to know the truth of that year, he had to overthrow Zhao Yaoding. In Zhao Xuanwu's eyes, Zhuowen was extremely mysterious. Not only was he powerful, but he was also a grade 2 arcana master. The youth in front of him was undoubtedly a great help to him. Actually, Zhao Yaoding's influence is about the same as mine. However, it's mainly because the great elder of the Elders Guild favors Zhao Yaoding. That's why I'm in such a passive position in the Zhao family. As long as the Great Elder is restrained, Zhao Yaoding won't be able to do anything at all. However, the Great Elder's cultivation is already at the peak of the Heavenly King stage, and his strength is only below the ancestors. When Zhao Xuanwu said this, a bitter smile appeared on his face. After all, his strength was only at the peak of the Heavenly King stage, which was on par with Zhao Yaoding. However, the Great Elder of the Zhao family, whose strength was monstrous, favored Zhao Yaoding. This made him, the head of the family, rather passive. Oh, so it's only at the peak of the Heavenly King stage. I thought you were at the peak of the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm. Then let me deal with the Great Elder. Let's go capture Zhao Yaoding as soon as possible. Today, I must find out the cause of my aunt's death from him. With a cold smile, Zhuowen's eyes flashed with a bone-chilling coldness. As soon as Zhuowen said this, the atmosphere in the hall immediately became strange. Among them, Zhao Xuanwu, Zhao Tongyu, and Zhao Wenqian all looked at the youth in front of them with strange expressions. Wasn't Zhuowen's words a bit too arrogant? Did he think that he could deal with the Great Elder at the peak of the Heavenly King stage? Cough, cough, little friend Zhuowen. Although your strength is indeed not bad, the Great Elder is after all in existence second only to the ancestor of our Zhao family. Are you sure you can deal with the Great Elder alone? Zhao Xuanwu coughed dryly and couldn't help but roll his eyes. However, he felt a little helpless in his heart. This Zhuowen in front of him seemed too young and impetuous. He actually dared to challenge the Great Elder. Wasn't this courting death? Zhuowen, although you are strong and can kill Zhao Wuji, the Great Elder is after all a peak Heavenly King stage expert. He is one of the more famous experts in the entire Broken Rock City. He is not someone Zhao Wuji can compare to. Zhao Tongyu suddenly opened her mouth and said with a strange expression on her face. Originally, she quite admired Zhuowen, but after hearing Zhuowen's words, she shook her head and a trace of disappointment appeared on her face. Zhuowen's words made her think that Zhuowen was too arrogant. Yes, big brother Zhuowen, don't be rash. Since Zhao Yaoding can be so arrogant in the Zhao family, he naturally won't be so easy to deal with. We should first prepare a foolproof plan before dealing with him. Zhao Wenqian gritted her teeth and said with disappointment. Obviously, her thoughts were similar to Zhao Tongyu's. Looking at the opposition of the three people in front of him, Zhuowen shook his head and said, "There's no need. As long as it's not an Ultimate Emperor stage expert, I think I can deal with it." Zhao Xuanwu was a little angry at Zhuowen's stubbornness. After all, it was too risky to have a showdown with Zhao Yaoding now. If Zhuowen couldn't restrain the Great Elder, his position as the Zhao family's patriarch would probably come to an end. The consequence would be that his faction might be wiped out by Zhao Yaoding forever. He wasn't willing to use his family's life to accompany this crazy brat in front of him. You don't believe me? Glancing at the somewhat angry Zhao Xuanwu, Zhuowen snorted faintly and patted his Qiankuan bag. A huge black shadow suddenly appeared in the hall. This figure was 9 feet tall, with black armor on its body. Its face was as resolute as iron, but its somewhat dull eyes didn't have the slightest bit of vitality. This figure was Zhuowen's reverse spirit puppet. Boom! As soon as the reverse spirit puppet appeared, a powerful aura burst out like a mountain. It actually formed countless spiral-shaped waves of air in the hall, swirling in all directions. The aura of a perfected Heavenly King stage expert. Feeling the powerful aura that suddenly burst out from the reverse spirit puppet, Zhao Xuanwu's pupils suddenly shrank. His entire body trembled, and his lips trembled as he muttered. Although Zhao Xuanwu's voice wasn't loud, it was still heard by Zhao Tongyu and Zhao Wenqian, who were not far away from the hall. The two girls' cherry lips suddenly opened slightly, and their jade-like hands covered their mouths. They looked at the reverse spirit puppet that suddenly appeared beside Zhuowen in disbelief. They didn't expect that Zhuowen actually had a perfected heavenly king stage expert by his side. Chapter 264. Zhao Family Turmoil Gulp. Zhao Xuanwu's throat involuntarily twitched as he stared at the reverse spirit puppet in front of him. The shock in his eyes had yet to completely fade. Where did this Zhuowen come from? He actually has a perfect heavenly king stage puppet, and his strength is not weaker than an initial heavenly king stage cultivator. I didn't expect Mei Jin to have such a powerful descendant. As he thought to himself, the anger on Zhao Xuanwu's face instantly disappeared. Instead, there was a look of ecstasy on his face as he said, "Good, good, good. I really didn't expect little friend Zhuowen to have such a puppet on him. Then we have a 90% chance of dealing with Zhao Yaoding this time." Zhao Tongyu and Zhao Wenqian also recovered from their shock. The two women were pleasantly surprised. However, there was a complicated expression on their faces. They realized that the youngster before their eyes was like an unfathomably deep pool. They simply couldn't see through him. Our goal is the same. There's no time to lose. Let's take down Zhao Yaoding as soon as possible. After all, you are the patriarch of the Zhao family, and Zhao Yaoding once sent someone to assassinate your daughter. You have every reason to take him down. If he doesn't obey, then it'll be just as we wish. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of Zhuowen's mouth as he stared at Zhao Xuanwu. Little friend Zhuowen is right. We'll set off for the Heavenly Mist Pavilion immediately. Zhao Xuanwu nodded slightly and said with bright eyes. After about an incense stick's worth of time, Zhao Xuanwu was ready to go. He and Zhuowen led the personal guards to the Heavenly Mist Pavilion in the south of the Zhao family mansion. The Heavenly Mist Pavilion was naturally Zhao Yaoding's pavilion. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. The sound of orderly footsteps suddenly sounded throughout the Zhao family mansion. Then, the clansmen in the Zhao family mansion were shocked to find that the patriarch, Zhao Xuanwu, was fully armed with a large number of personal guards behind him. They rushed straight to the south. What's going on? Why did the patriarch mobilize the personal guards? Logically speaking, the patriarch wouldn't mobilize the personal guards if it wasn't too big of a matter. The direction of the personal guards seems to be the Heavenly Mist Pavilion. Is the patriarch going to have a showdown with young master Zhao Yaoding? No way. Young master Zhao Yaoding had the support of the Great Elder. How could the patriarch dare to lay his cards on the table with the young master? After all, Zhao Yaoding is like the sun in the midday sky in the Zhao family now. If we lay our cards on the table with Zhao Yaoding now, wouldn't the family head suffer a great loss? Along the way, the appearance of the personal guards immediately attracted the attention of the Zhao clan members. When they realized that the personal guards were heading towards the Heavenly Mist Pavilion, their faces were filled with disbelief. The competition between Zhao Yaoding and Zhao Xuanwu was no secret. Everyone knew that Zhao Yaoding had always had the upper hand, while Zhao Xuanwu, the head of the family, was suppressed by Zhao Yaoding. This result caused many family members to slowly lean towards Zhao Yaoding's side. At this moment, Zhao Xuanwu's actions with such great fanfare naturally caused the numerous Zhao clansmen to be extremely surprised, and they all had their own guesses in their hearts. Inside the Heavenly Mist Pavilion, Zhao Yaoding slammed the table and said with narrowed eyes, "Since when did Zhao Xuanwu become so bold? You actually dare to bring your personal guards to my Sky Mist Pavilion? Could it be that he wants to capture this young master?" "Master, I'm afraid that Zhao Xuanwu and that Zhuowen have reached some sort of agreement. This time, they probably came with ill intentions. In the corner, Shadow's low voice slowly rang out. Humph, that Zhuowen is only a rank 2 Arcana Master, although he was able to kill Zhao Wuji. Does Zhao Xuanwu think that he has the power to go against me just by relying on that Zhuowen? That's too laughable. Shadow, immediately gather the guards and invite the Great Elder over. Zhao Yaoting's eyes flashed as he said, Understood. Shadow coldly replied, before he completely disappeared from the loft. Narrowing his eyes, Zhao Yaoting coldly laughed. Since Zhao Xuanwu wants to lay his cards on the table with me, then I have no more reservations. When the time comes and I kill that Zhao Xuanwu, the old ancestor will have no reason to blame me, and the position of patriarch will naturally become mine. Not long after, Zhao Xuanwu, Zhuowen, and the rest brought a group of personal guards to the Heavenly Mist Pavilion. Looking at the luxurious pavilion in front of them, Zhao Xuanwu said in a serious tone, That's the Heavenly Mist Pavilion. I believe that Zhao Yaoting is already on guard against us with such great fanfare. Even if he is on guard, we are not afraid. Also, when we make our move later, leave that Zhao Yaoting to me. After all, my aunt's disappearance is related to him. I want to personally ask him how my aunt died. Narrowing his eyes, Zhuowen said in an ice-cold voice, You want to deal with Zhao Yaoting yourself? No, Zhao Yaoting's strength has already reached the advanced Heavenly King stage. His strength is not weaker than mine. If you fight with him, I'm afraid you will be at a disadvantage. Zhao Xuanwu frowned. Obviously, he did not agree with Zhuowen challenging Zhao Yaoting alone. Uncle, don't worry. If I am not confident in something, Zhuowen, will not do it. Since I have decided to do it, it means that I know what I am doing, Zhuowen said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Zhao Xuanwu also fell silent. Although the young man in front of him was very young, his style of doing things was quite shrewd. He could feel the strong confidence of the young man beside him and thought to himself, This Zhuowen has obviously never been at a disadvantage before. It's good that he is at a disadvantage this time. When the time comes, if he really can't handle it, I can help him. Thinking of this, Zhao Xuanwu also nodded slightly, agreeing to Zhuowen's request. Deng, deng, deng. The sound of countless footsteps suddenly rang out. Zhuowen and his group had already charged into the courtyard of the Sky Mist Pavilion in a grandiose manner. At this moment, Zhao Yaoting was standing in the courtyard with his head held high. There was also a pair of fully armed guards behind him. They were glaring at Zhuowen, Zhao Xuanwu, and the rest who had just entered. Oh, isn't this Lord Patriarch? Why do you have the time to come to my Heavenly Mist Pavilion today? Could it be that you are a little tired of the position of Patriarch and want to give it to someone else? Zhao Yaoting glanced at Zhuowen indifferently. Then his gaze gathered on Zhao Xuanwu, and the corners of his mouth were filled with a mocking smile. Beside Zhao Yaoting stood a gray-robed old man with white hair and beard. The old man's eyes were as bright as the stars, and an extremely powerful aura continuously surged out from his body. This old man was the great elder of the Zhao clan, a true peak Heavenly King stage practitioner. Xuanwu, today it was not a wise choice for you to bring your personal guards to the Heavenly Mist Pavilion. I can give you a chance. If you leave now, we will not pursue the matter of your offense today. The great elder shook his head slightly and spoke in a somewhat earnest manner. The great elder's words caused the mocking smile on Zhao Yaoting's face to become even more intense. He knew that he had the support of the great elder, and Zhao Xuanwu would definitely lose if he fought with him. However, Zhao Xuanwu had come in anger today. If he retreated because of this, his prestige in the Zhao clan would plummet. At that time, it would be even more impossible for Zhao Xuanwu to fight against him. Therefore, although the great elder's words seemed to be a kind reminder, it was actually incomparably vicious. If he did not retreat, he would have to accept defeat. If he retreated, he would lose his prestige. This was the great elder's overt scheme. Old bastard, do you really think that I don't know what you're planning? This Zhao Yaoding has repeatedly tried to assassinate my loved ones. He doesn't even want to let my daughter off. Today, I, Zhao Xuanwu, must eliminate such a vicious and cunning person. With the support of Zhuwen's reverse spirit puppet, Zhao Xuanwu was much more confident as he coldly laughed. The great elder frowned slightly. He did not expect that Zhao Xuanwu would not retreat even after he had said so much. Furthermore, he dared to speak such arrogant words. This caused a trace of anger to surface in the great elder's heart. Xuanwu, since you're courting death, don't blame me for being merciless. With a cold snort, the great elder took a step forward. His entire body turned into a ghost as he directly charged towards Zhao Xuanwu. Old bastard, do you still have any shame? As an elder of our Zhao clan, you actually planned to assassinate me. The head of the Zhao clan? Aren't you afraid that the ancestor will blame you? Zhao Xuanwu's expression changed. He did not expect the great elder to directly attack, and could not help but snort angrily. Head of the clan? After today, the position of the head of the Zhao clan will be changed. With this old man stepping forward, the ancestor will not blame me. Therefore, Xuanwu, you can go in peace. The great elder's old face trembled. The killing intent in his eyes became even more intense. His attack was even more merciless. It was obvious that he planned to kill Zhao Xuanwu with a single blow. Boom! Just as the great elder was only a step away from Zhao Xuanwu, a burly figure suddenly appeared. Then, this figure suddenly threw a punch. It was wrapped in endless waves of air as it rumbled towards the great elder. The first elder's pupils abruptly shrunk. He hurriedly lifted his skinny hands in an attempt to block the attack. He did not expect that someone would suddenly appear in front of him and attack him. Hence, he was caught off guard. Bang! The circular waves of air spread out in circles. Then, the huge fist finally smashed into the great elder's arms. Then, under the somewhat shocked gazes of the crowd, the great elder actually took 5 steps back. In the end, he only stopped after breaking the bluestone floor. A warrior at the peak of the heavenly king realm? How is this possible? Stabilizing his body, the great elder could not help but exclaim. He looked at the burly reverse spirit puppet that suddenly appeared in front of him in disbelief. The great elder's exclamation immediately attracted everyone's attention. When Zhao Yaoding and the others discovered that the great elder was actually repelled, they could not help but gasp. Then, their gazes converged on the reverse spirit puppet that repelled the great elder. How is this possible? How could Zhao Xuanwu have a martial artist at the peak of the heavenly king stage by his side? Could it be that this expert was brought here by Zhuowen? Zhao Yaoding's pupils constricted. His thoughts became a little chaotic. In the end, his gaze focused on the calm-looking youth not far away. He knew very well that it was impossible for Zhao Xuanwu to have such an expert by his side. Thinking of Zhuowen's sudden visit to Zhao Xuanwu today, as well as Zhao Xuanwu's abnormal behavior today, it was obvious that the person who caused Zhao Xuanwu to have a showdown with him was definitely this ordinary youth. Chapter 265. 10,000 Shadow Blade Boom. 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 Countless waves of air immediately swirled in the entire courtyard. The battle between the reverse spirit puppet and the great elder instantly erupted. The powerful strength of a peak heavenly king stage expert was instantly revealed. Invisible ripples continuously spread out in the air, as if even the space was about to be torn apart. It's actually two peak heavenly king stage experts. What power! It seems that the expert fighting with the Great Elder should be from the Patriarch's side. No wonder the Patriarch dared to come to the Heavenly Mist Pavilion today to challenge Zhao Yaoding. It turns out that he also has a peak Heavenly King Stage expert by his side. I'm afraid there's going to be a good show to watch now. The numerous members of the Zhao clan who had gathered outside the Sky Mist Pavilion also saw the reverse spirit puppet and the first elder, who were constantly exchanging blows in midair. Their eyes were filled with shock. The reverse spirit puppet did not know what exhaustion was at all. It simply threw punch after punch at the Great Elder. There was no pattern or technique, but every punch could always explode with an extremely ear-piercing sound of air exploding. The enormous power contained in the fist made the Great Elder feel bitter in his heart. Looking at the Great Elder, who was at a disadvantage in the air, Zhao Yaoding's face immediately darkened. There was a hint of shock in the depths of his eyes. He coldly stared at Zhao Xuanwu in front of him and said, "Zhao Xuanwu, it seems that I have underestimated you. However, do you think that you can defeat me with the help of a peak Heavenly King Stage expert? I think you're dreaming." Whether it's a dream or not, we'll know very soon. Zhao Xuanwu's face was filled with a sneer. "Humph! I will kill you before that happens. As long as you are dead, no one will dare to stop me. Zhao Xuanwu, you and I have fought for many years. Let me see how much you've improved over the years." Zhao Yaoding suddenly took a step forward, and a powerful aura instantly surged out from his body. As expected, you're at the advanced Heavenly King Stage. It seems that you haven't slacked off all these years. Your strength has also reached the advanced Heavenly King Stage. However, your opponent today is not me. Zhao Xuanwu's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he said, casually, "Not you." Hearing this, Zhao Yaoding could not help but be stunned. Whoosh! At the same time, a rushing wind sound suddenly swept over from the side. Zhao Yaoding's pupils shrunk a little as he coldly snorted and turned around to throw a punch. Endless yuan power practically formed layers of astral winds within his fists, which finally collided with the incoming wind with a loud bang. Rumble! A violent explosion suddenly sounded. Zhao Yaoding staggered and retreated a few steps. With the help of his retreat, he steadied himself and stared at the young man beside him with an extremely gloomy gaze. The youth's figure stood tall, with a black spear in his hand. He raised his right hand and pointed the tip of the spear at Zhao Yaoding's head. "Are you Zhuowen? Our Zhao family has nothing to do with you, so why are you interfering with our Zhao family's matters? If you and your people can stand by and do nothing, I, Zhao Yaoding, am willing to give you a high-grade soul treasure. How about it?" Zhao Yaoding frowned slightly. He did not put the youth in front of him in his eyes. After all, his strength was only at the advanced Earth King stage. However, he had already guessed that the middle-aged man at the peak of the Heavenly King stage, who was fighting with the Great Elder, was definitely one of the young man named Zhuowen. To be able to have a peak Heavenly King stage warrior by his side. Moreover, this Zhuowen was a Grade 2 Arcana Master. All of this indicated that the identity of the youth in front of him was not ordinary. Zhao Yaoding, who was cautious by nature, was naturally quite fearful of him. Zhao Yaoding's somewhat soft words immediately caused some of the Zhao family members to be a little surprised. Then they all focused their gazes on the youth standing with the spear. Even Zhao Yaoding was so fearful of this ordinary youth in front of him. Just where did this youth come from? Let me ask you a question. If your answer satisfies me, then I will withdraw. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he said with a cold expression, "Question." When Zhao Yaoding heard this, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He did not expect the youth in front of him to have such low requirements. He only wanted to ask a question. Go ahead and ask. As long as I know, I will definitely not hide it from you. Good. A trace of light flashed in Zhuowen's eyes as he planted the spear on the ground. He looked straight at Zhao Yaoding and continued, 10 years ago, you married a woman. That woman's name was Zhuo Meijin, right? When Zhao Yaoding heard this, his pupils involuntarily shrank. His expression was slightly unnatural as he nodded and said, 10 years ago, I did marry a woman called Zhuo Meijin. Are you related to her? Without answering Zhao Yaoding's question, Zhuowen continued, I heard that half a year later, Zhuo Meijin suddenly died. I want to know the cause of her death. Ha. So it's about this matter. At that time, my wife accidentally fell seriously ill, so she suddenly died. At that time, I was quite sad. After all, my relationship with my wife was quite good. Before Zhao Yaoding could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhuowen. Are you still lying? Since you don't have the slightest bit of sincerity, after I capture you later, I will naturally make you tell me what happened back then. Zhuowen's expression abruptly turned ice cold. He no longer spoke as his foot suddenly stomped on the ground. Lightning flickered as his entire body disappeared from the spot like a ghost. When he reappeared, he was already above Zhao Yaoding. With a shake of his right hand, a few star-like spear glows immediately shot out and swept towards the back of Zhao Yaoding's head. When he saw Zhuowen's actions, Zhao Yaoding suppressed a breath of resentment in his heart as he coldly said, Since you insist on interfering, don't blame me for being merciless. Today I will first finish you off, then finish off that Zhao Xuanwu. Patting his Qianquan bag, Zhao Yaoding immediately pulled out a large golden blade with a long handle from within. Both of his hands held it horizontally behind him. A clanging sound rang out as his long blade accurately blocked the spear light that was coming from a tricky angle. Zhuowen's gaze hardened as he instantly recognized the golden broadsword in Zhao Yaoding's hand. It was a high-grade soul treasure with extraordinary power. With a cold snort, Zhuowen did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. The 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly moved, and the demon moon dragon spine spear immediately began to rotate violently. It drew a silver arc in the air as it aimed for Zhao Yaoding's head. Demon Moon's secret manual, Moon-Filled Pavilion. Like a bright moon that was gradually born from a pavilion, the silver light arc that the spear shadows drew in the air was mixed with killing intent. You want to kill me? With your Earth King stage cultivation, it is still not enough. Sky-supporting blade art, horizontal blade, slash. Zhao Yaoding's expression was calm and unhurried. His right hand tightly gripped the hilt of his blade as he raised it horizontally. A golden blade shadow cut through the air as it ruthlessly swept towards the spear shadow. Rumble! The collision between the spear light and the saber light was like an explosion of energy. Countless scorching heat waves rose up in the surroundings, spreading out in a circular shape. Many cultivators had no choice but to retreat under the effect of these heat waves. Deng, deng, deng. The two of them both retreated. Zhuowen retreated 10 steps, while Zhao Yaoding only retreated 5 steps. Obviously, without using his trump card, there was still a certain gap between Zhuowen and an advanced Heavenly King stage martial artist. Father, I'm afraid that big brother Zhuowen is no match for Zhao Yaoding. You should lend him a hand. Seeing that Zhuowen was at a disadvantage, a trace of worry immediately appeared on Zhao Wenqian's pretty face as she pulled Zhao Xuanwu, who was beside her, to ask for help. Wenqian, don't worry. If little friend Zhuowen is really no match for Zhao Yaoding, I will naturally make a move. After all, He boasted that he would challenge Zhao Yaoding alone. Letting him suffer a loss now will definitely be beneficial to his future growth. However, Zhao Xuanwu shook his head slightly as he looked at the two people facing each other in the courtyard with bright eyes. When he saw that Zhuowen was actually able to exchange a few blows with Zhao Yaoding and was only at a disadvantage, Zhao Xuanwu was rather surprised. After all, the gap between the Earth King stage and the Heavenly King stage was extremely huge, and Zhuowen was only at a disadvantage when facing Zhao Yaoding, who was at the advanced Heavenly King stage. This Zhuowen's talent is truly terrifying. He is clearly only at the Earth King stage, but Zhao Yaoding is actually unable to do anything to him for a while. If this child's cultivation is also at the Heavenly King stage, I'm afraid he will become extremely terrifying. However, the gap between the Earth King stage and the Heavenly King stage is quite large. This Zhuowen should be about the same. At that time, I will still need to take action. Zhao Xuanwu narrowed his eyes as he muttered to himself, "Humph, you have some ability. No wonder you dare to fight me one-on-one. However, this is all you can do. The gap between the Heavenly King stage and the Earth King stage is not as simple as you think. So prepare to die." With a cold snort, Zhao Yaoding waved his right hand, and the sound of a blade slicing through the air suddenly rang out. Following that, Zhao Yaoding actually waved out countless blade shadows in an instant, and these blade shadows turned into countless black half-arcs in front of him. Heaven-supporting blade art. 1,000 Shadow Blade. Brat, this move will send you to heaven. With a low roar, Zhao Yaoding swung the saber in his hand diagonally. Countless saber shadows in front of him whizzed through the air like raindrops, heading straight for Zhuowen. They covered the sky and covered the earth in an endless stream. Not good. Zhao Yaoding actually used the strongest move of the heaven-supporting blade art, the 1,000 Shadow Blade, so quickly. I'm afraid that Zhuowen is in danger. Looking at the rain-like blade shadows, Zhao Xuanwu immediately turned pale with fright. However, the speed of the countless blade shadows was too fast, and he had no time to block them. He could only watch as the 10,000 blade shadows enveloped Zhuowen's body. No, Zhao Wenxian also saw the figure enveloped by the countless blade shadows. Her pretty face instantly turned deathly pale, and she involuntarily cried out in alarm. What an overconfident brat! You still want to fight with me? Humph! Looking at the youth who was almost drowned by the blade shadows, Zhao Yaoding laughed heartily. A cruel arc appeared at the corner of his mouth as he coldly said, "Zhao Yaoding, this Zhuowen is the genius of the Arcane Guild. Aren't you afraid that you'll provoke our Zhao family by killing him today?" Zhao Xuanwu was shocked and furious. Even he did not expect this to be the outcome. He was too careless just now. Provoke. As long as I kill all of you, naturally no one will know that Zhuowen died in our Zhao family's hands. Since this brat is dead, now it's your turn, my dear Lord Patriarch. Zhao Yaoding sneered and stared at Zhao Xuanwu. I'm not dead yet. Are you in such a hurry to leave? Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. Chapter 266. Boiling with anger, a figure was faintly discernible as he slowly walked over from the place where countless blade shadows overlapped. Countless blade shadows swirled in the air, their power seemingly able to tear the air apart. However, this figure seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll as he slowly walked over. What was even more bizarre was that on the back of this figure, a pair of enormous lightning python wings had unknowingly extended and coiled around each other, enveloping this figure within them. The countless saber shadows in the outside world were all blocked by this pair of lightning python wings. This figure was naturally Zhuowen. When Zhao Yaoding's 10,000 Shadow Blade was about to reach him, Zhuowen had instantly activated his lightning snake wings. Although the main advantage of the lightning snake wings was its ghostly speed, it was still able to wrap Zhuowen with both wings. Its defense was also quite impressive, although it was a little difficult to defend against the attacks of an ultimate Emperor realm expert. It was more than enough to stop Zhao Yaoding, who was only at the advanced Heavenly King realm. How is that possible? This kid is not dead, and he seems to be unharmed? Zhao Yaoding's pupils shrank as he exclaimed in disbelief. Even Zhao Xuanwu and Zhao Wenqian, who had been worried about Zhuowen's safety, could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw the figure amidst the thousands of saber shadows. They were very clear about the power of the heaven-bearing saber technique, especially after Zhao Yaoding used the last move of the heaven-bearing saber technique, the 10,000 shadow saber technique. Its power was so terrifying that it could injure a martial artist at the peak of the Heavenly King realm. However, the youth in front of them, whose cultivation was only at the profound Earth King realm, not only did he not die under the 10,000 shadow saber technique, but he even walked over leisurely as if those terrifying saber shadows were nothing more than a drizzle. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Your 1,000 shadow blade didn't kill me. It didn't even scratch a single hair on my body. Are you sure this is your strongest move? All of a sudden, Zhuowen came to a halt. Soon after, the lightning serpent wings that wrapped around him suddenly spread open. Countless lightning bolts swirled in the air, turning the area within 30 feet of his body into a lightning domain. Under the impact of the lightning energy, the countless blade shadows completely collapsed into nothingness. Soon after, Zhuowen's calm and somewhat delicate face was revealed. Impossible. You're just an insignificant Earth King, realm martial artist. How could you break my 1,000 shadow saber? Zhao Yaoding came back to his senses, and he suddenly seemed to have lost his soul. So noisy! A trace of impatience flashed across Zhuowen's face. With a gentle flap of the lightning snake wings on his back, he transformed into a thunderbolt and arrived in front of Zhao Yaoding in an instant. The demon moon dragon spine spear in his right hand was suddenly swung. It was accompanied by an endless amount of spear light as it shot towards Zhao Yaoding's head. It's not that easy to kill me. Zhao Yaoding also felt Zhuowen's sharp spear aura and immediately sobered up. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he tightened his grip on the hilt of his saber and instantly swung out countless saber shadows. 1,000 shadow saber. I don't believe that you can block my 1,000 shadow saber at such a close distance. Clang, clang, clang. The endless saber shadows were like a barrier once again, instantly enveloping Zhuowen. Humph! Watch how I break your 1,000 shadow saber this time. Zhuowen coldly snorted. He bit his thumb and rubbed it on the demon moon dragon spine spear. The ink-black spear body instantly turned into a rich blood-red color. Demon Moon's secret manual. Blood Moon soul reaping. Break! Break! Zhuowen roared. His voice was loud and clear like a great bell that resounded throughout the entire courtyard. A blood-red full moon suddenly appeared behind Zhuowen's back. A thick, bloody aura also spread out. With a thrust of his spear, it was as if the entire blood moon was crushing everything as it directly smashed against the 10,000 blade shadows. Bang! 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 Numerous, intense explosion-like loud noises resounded unceasingly over every corner of the courtyard. Soon after, everyone was shocked to discover that the blood-colored full moon in midair and the 10,000 blade shadows were only in a deadlock for the blink of an eye, after which an ear-piercing cracking sound appeared. Subsequently, the 10,000 blade shadows, which were like a boundary, were shattered in an instant. The countless number of blade shadows disappeared like illusions. Swoosh! After the 10,000 blade shadows were broken, Zhuowen stomped his foot. His right hand extended out like a poisonous snake and grabbed the blood-red long spear in the air. Then he suddenly swept it out. The long spear was like a long whip as it viciously struck Zhao Yaoting's chest. Plop! Before Zhao Yaoting could recover, the blood spear directly smashed into his chest. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out like raindrops. His entire body was directly sent flying. He rolled on the ground for over 10 meters before he came to a stop after colliding with a wall. The scene immediately became silent. Regardless of whether it was the Zhao family members, Zhao Xuanwu and the rest, or Zhao Yaoting's guards, everyone stared blankly at the dispirited Zhao Yaoting on the ground. This was an existence that once called the wind and rain in the Zhao family. Am I seeing things? Zhao Yaoting was defeated just like that. Zhao Xuanwu rubbed his eyes as he muttered to himself in disbelief. Father, you're not seeing things. Big brother Zhuowen has indeed defeated Zhao Yaoting. Zhao Wenqian recovered from her shock. Her face was filled with an excited smile. Deep admiration flickered in her crescent-shaped eyes. Sigh, truly a young hero. Originally, this old man thought that Zhuowen would suffer a great loss against Zhao Yaoting. Never did I expect that the final result. Zhao Xuanwu gave a self-mocking smile as he took another look at Zhao Yaoting, who was lying on the ground not far away with a dispirited aura. Zhuowen's strength had once again greatly shocked him. Who is that young man? He was actually able to defeat Zhao Yaoting. That's too terrifying. This young man looks to be only 17 or 18 years old, but his strength is actually stronger than Zhao Yaoting's. Just how terrifying is his talent? Look, there's an Arcana Master's badge on his chest. He's actually a Grade 2 Arcana Master. The clansmen of the Zhao family, who had gathered outside the courtyard, stared blankly at the scene in the courtyard. They could not imagine that this young man, who looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, actually possessed such terrifying strength. What was even more unbelievable was that this young man's martial cultivation was so high, but his mental energy was also at the level of a second-grade martial artist. This could no longer be described as a genius. This was simply a demonic existence. To be able to raise both his martial way and mental energy to such heights, this young man could only be described as a demonic existence. Boom! At the same time, a skinny figure fell to the ground, smashing a deep pit in the middle of the courtyard. The violent sound immediately attracted everyone's attention. The dust gradually dispersed, and the figure in the deep pit gradually became clear. Then, the Great Elder's somewhat defeated old face appeared before everyone's eyes. The Great Elder's hair was disheveled, and his clothes were tattered. He was like a candle in the wind, and his aura was actually even weaker than Zhao Yaoting's. Bang! A burly figure slowly descended and stared at the first elder in the deep pit with an expressionless face. No one knew what this burly middle-aged man was thinking. Come back. There's no need to kill that guy. Zhuowen glanced indifferently at the Great Elder in the pit. After discovering that the Great Elder no longer had any strength to fight, he waved his hand and summoned the reverse spirit puppet back to his side. At this time, the reverse spirit puppet was in a slightly sorry state, but there were no visible injuries. After all, the reverse spirit puppet's physical strength was shockingly tough. Even an ultimate Emperor realm expert would not be able to break its tortoiseshell body. Therefore, although the reverse spirit puppet's strength was only comparable to the peak of the Heavenly King stage, the Great Elder's attack could not hurt it at all. Moreover, the reverse spirit puppet's fighting style was barbaric, exchanging injuries for injuries. If this continued, even if the Great Elder was at the peak of the Heavenly King stage, he would still be exhausted by the reverse spirit puppet. The Great Elder was actually defeated. The pupils of the Zhao clan members shrank again. They did not expect that even the Great Elder, the second strongest expert of the Zhao clan, would be beaten to such a state. Everyone looked at the burly reverse spirit puppet with fear, especially when the reverse spirit puppet obeyed Zhuowen's words. The fear in the eyes of the Zhao clan members all shifted to Zhuowen. Even the Great Elder had beaten up this mysterious middle-aged man, but now he was actually so obedient to the youth. Everyone knew that the truly terrifying one was the youth in front of them. Whoosh! In an instant, he arrived in front of Zhao Yaoding. Zhuowen stepped on his chest with his right foot and stared at Zhao Yaoding with narrowed eyes. "Tell me the true cause of my aunt's death, and I can let you die a quick death." "Puchi!" Zhao Yaoding spat out another mouthful of blood, but he laughed out loud and said, "You're called Zhuowen, and your surname is also Zhua. It seems that you're Zhuo Meijin's junior. No wonder you wanted to ask about Zhuo Meijin's cause of death. It's a pity that I didn't connect you and Zhuo Meijin together. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and tell me the cause of my aunt's death. I don't like to say the same thing several times." Once again stepping on Zhao Yaoding's chest, Zhuowen's voice became incomparably cold. His eyes were filled with a terrifying killing intent. "Hee, you must have some guesses, right? Your aunt didn't suddenly die of a serious illness. Anyway, I'm going to die, so why should I tell you? You can take your time guessing." "Ha ha!" Zhao Yaoding laughed maniacally. He knew that he was completely done for, and there was no way for him to make a comeback. Even if Zhuowen did not kill him, Zhao Xuanwu would not let him off. "You don't want to say it. Do you really think that I have no way of dealing with you? Since I'm an arcana master, I'm naturally proficient in the way of the soul. If you don't want to say it, I'll extract your soul and search it. At that time, the truth will naturally surface, and your soul will be consigned to eternal damnation. You won't be able to reincarnate, and you'll be tormented like hell for all eternity." Soul-searching was a rather sinister mental technique. Zhuowen had seen this secret technique in the myriad detection scripture before. Once this secret technique was used, the target would basically become an idiot. In serious cases, their soul would scatter. Moreover, the caster would also suffer from certain side effects. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Zhuowen did not want to use this secret technique. Hearing this, Zhao Yaoding's face immediately revealed a look of fear. Evidently, he had also heard of this sinister secret technique. I'll talk. Zhao Yaoding's entire body trembled. "Your aunt did not suddenly die. She was killed by me." His entire body trembling, Zhuowen's eyes widened. He gritted his teeth and said, "Why did you kill her? She was already married to you. Why did you do it?" Bang! Chapter 267. The truth, because she was born in the Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, Yin hour. Otherwise, why do you think I, as the young master of the Zhao family, would marry a nobody from a small family? Zhao Yaoding sneered as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A girl born in the Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, Yin hour? Zhao Yaoding, you actually used the family's taboo technique. No wonder your cultivation improved so quickly in the past 10 years, even catching up to me. Zhao Xuanwu's face turned ugly when he heard this. "Uncle, tell me what the taboo technique is." The rage in Zhuo Wen's heart grew even more intense, and the killing intent in his eyes grew even more intense. Zhuo Meijin was a member of the Zhuo family, and one of the few relatives Zhuo Wen had left. Now that she had personally heard that her relative had been killed, she was naturally furious. Zhao Xuanwu hesitated for a moment and sighed. Originally, this taboo technique was our Zhao clan's secret. Since this matter involves Brother Zhuowen's aunt, I'll make an exception and tell you about it. Our Zhao family has a taboo technique called absolute frost. After successfully cultivating this secret technique, it can completely change a cultivator's physique. It can expand the cultivator's meridians and dantian by many times, increasing the efficiency of yuan qi absorption. Naturally, one's cultivation will also increase rapidly. 10 years ago, Zhao Yaoting's cultivation was only at the half-step human king realm. However, it only took him 10 years to reach the heavenly king realm. This speed defied common sense. After all, his aptitude was not very good in the family. Of course, it was also because of his poor aptitude that the previous family head did not pass the position of family head to him. At this point, Zhao Xuanwu glanced at the dispirited Zhao Yaoting. A trace of pity flashed through his eyes. The dignified young master of the Zhao clan did not inherit the position of the Zhao clan's patriarch. This could be considered a great joke at that time. Zhao Bingtian, that old bastard, I am his son, his biological son. He did not pass the position of family head to me, but instead gave it to you, a branch of the Zhao family. Because of this, I became the laughingstock of the Zhao family. Everyone looked at me strangely. That's why I couldn't accept it. Wasn't that old bastard because my aptitude was lacking? Then I'll practice the absolute frozen chill. In 10 years, my cultivation has indeed caught up to yours, and the position of patriarch is also within reach of me, but Zhao Yaoting's face was filled with anger, and his expression became exceptionally ferocious. Shut up! Did I allow you to speak? Zhuowen stepped out and viciously stomped on Zhao Yaoting's face. The powerful force caused his face to swell up, and he spat out a mixture of blood and teeth. Zhao Yaoting's eyes flashed with a trace of timidity. Sure enough, he obediently shut his mouth. With regards to Zhuowen's ruthless methods, Zhao Xuanwu felt a chill in his heart. After secretly sighing in his heart that he was lucky enough to be on good terms with Zhuowen, he continued, since it's a taboo technique, the price must be quite expensive. Among them, it requires the essence and blood of a woman of the Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, Yin hour as a primer. Brother Zhuowen, this technique is extremely ruthless. I'm afraid that your aunt's corpse may not even be left. At this point, Zhao Xuanwu softly sighed and looked at Zhuowen with some trepidation. He was a little apprehensive about whether the youth in front of him would burn with rage and vent his anger on the Zhao family. If that was really the case, it would be difficult for the Zhao family to stop the youth in front of him other than the old ancestor. Essence and blood of the entire body, not even a corpse. Good, very good. Zhao Yaoting, you've done very well. Zhuowen's expression was extremely calm, so much so that it was frightening. He only spoke word by word. Swoosh! With a twist of his right hand, the moon demon dragon spine spear suddenly shot out. The tip of the spear was like lightning as it instantly pierced towards Zhao Yaoting's forehead. The expression on Zhao Yaoting's face instantly froze, and there was only intense fear left in his eyes. Stop! A monstrous roar like a great bell suddenly whistled out from the depths of the Zhao family's courtyard. The strong sound wave almost caused the surrounding air to vibrate and boil. Zhuowen's spear momentum also paused for a moment because of this loud roar. However, it was only for a moment. Then, the killing intent in Zhuowen's eyes became even more intense, and the speed of the long spear became even faster. You're courting death. This old man asked you to stop. Didn't you hear me? At this moment, the vigorous voice had become even closer. Clearly, the owner of the voice was not far from this place. At the same time, an extremely enormous yuan power rumbled towards Zhuowen from a great distance away in an attempt to stop his next move. No one can stop the people that I, Zhuowen, want to kill. Reverse spirit puppet, block him for me. Zhuowen's tone was ice cold. The long spear turned into a shadow in the air and instantly pierced Zhao Yaoding's forehead. With a puff, Zhao Yaoding's head instantly exploded, and red and white blood splattered all over the ground. Boom! At the same time, the reverse spirit puppet suddenly blasted out a punch. It was wrapped in an endless explosion of air and blasted on the Yuan power that came from far away. However, what shocked everyone was that the reverse spirit puppet, which was showing off its invincible power just now, was directly sent flying by this Yuan power and smashed into the ground. However, the remaining Yuan power did not diminish. It swept straight towards Zhuowen like a raging wave. Wherever it passed, all the air seemed to explode. So strong. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He kept retreating. With a wave of the long spear in his right hand, he once again used the Blood Moon Soul Reaper. A huge blood moon slowly emerged and blocked in front of him. Unfortunately, the powerful blood moon was like a piece of paper in the face of this Yuan power, and it instantly shattered. This caused Wen's heart to sink. Not good. It's the ancestor. I didn't expect the ancestor to make a move. When Zhao Xuanwu heard the loud shout from the depths of the courtyard, he recognized the owner of the voice. It was their Zhao clan's strongest expert, the Zhao clan's ancestor, Zhao Qingtian. He was a genuine half-step ultimate emperor realm expert, and his strength was many times greater than the great elders. How is this possible? Doesn't the ancestor never care about the clan's affairs? Why would he make a move now? Zhao Wenqian's pretty face was deathly pale. Her cherry lips couldn't help but tremble as she muttered, "The ancestor has come out of seclusion. I didn't expect him to make a move against this youth. This youth is in trouble. The ancestor is our clan's strongest expert. He's a half-step ultimate emperor realm expert and is only half a step away. He can deal with a peak heavenly king cultivator like the great elder with a flip of his hand. A half-step ultimate emperor realm expert is too strong. I'm afraid this youth won't be able to withstand the ancestor's attack." All the Zhao clan members raised their heads and looked towards the depths of the courtyard. That was where their ancestor was in seclusion. Humph, a half-step ultimate emperor realm expert. I refuse to believe that I won't be able to withstand this attack. Zhuowen snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with madness. Zhuowen clenched his right hand, and the Saint Rune of Ice in his right hand immediately lit up. Then, a blue crystal slowly floated above his palm. It was the extreme frost that Zhuowen had just extracted from Qiu Chao's body. Extreme frost was known as the overlord of all Earth-grade energies. Its might was not something that ordinary Earth-grade energies could compare to. Even an ultimate emperor realm three-wheel cultivator like Qiu Chou had suffered greatly under this kind of cold. If it weren't for Zhuowen, Qiu Chou would probably have died. As soon as the blue crystal appeared, the area within 100 feet of Zhuowen immediately turned into a world of ice and snow. Endless cold qi seemed to have frozen this 100-feet space. Zhao Xuanwu and the rest had no choice but to retreat from the courtyard under the corrosion of this cold qi. They stood far away and watched from afar. Boom, boom. That powerful Yuan power instantly reached the ice-snow domain. Soon after, an endless amount of cold air transformed into a violent hurricane that bombarded the Yuan power. In merely a quarter of an hour, the Yuan power actually turned into an ice sculpture within the ice-snow domain. It fell to the ground and shattered into powder. It was actually able to freeze even Yuan power. This extreme frost was indeed powerful. Uffed. Zhuowen involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhuowen hurriedly waved his right hand and stored the blue crystal into the Saint Rune of Ice. The extreme frost was simply too powerful. Its corresponding side effects were naturally extremely powerful. With Zhuowen's current meager strength, it was difficult for him to withstand the extreme frost side effects. My physical body is really too weak. I can't even endure the backlash from the extreme cold ice, let alone using the extreme cold ice to create an ice fire. That kind of backlash is probably enough to take my life. Zhuowen said bitterly in his heart as he wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. With his current physical body, it was difficult for him to even withstand the backlash of the extreme frost. It seemed like he needed to get a body-tempering technique as soon as possible. He blocked it. Zhuowen, he actually blocked the old ancestor's attack. Zhao Xuanwu's mouth was slightly agape. The shock in his eyes was even more intense. He stared at the skinny youth's figure with an expression of disbelief. The surroundings of the entire courtyard fell into silence at this moment. The pupils of all the Zhao clan members abruptly shrunk, and their faces stiffened. They didn't expect that the attack of their Zhao clan ancestor would actually be blocked by the young man before them. Wasn't this young man a bit too abnormal? No wonder you're so arrogant. So you have some capital. Since you dare to kill a member of my Zhao family, you can forget about leaving our Zhao family alive today. A figure suddenly flew over and stopped in the sky above the heavenly mist pavilion. He coldly looked down at Zhuowen. To everyone's surprise, the figure was actually a black-haired youth. His skin was rosy and lustrous, but his eyes seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. He was the Zhao family's old ancestor, Zhao Qingtian. Ultimate monarch realm cultivators were already able to see past life and death, and possessed extremely long lifespans. Therefore, when cultivators stepped into the ultimate monarch realm, they would show signs of rejuvenation. Zhao Qingtian looked so young right now, so he was clearly very close to the ultimate monarch realm. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He could clearly sense the dense killing intent from the Zhao family's old ancestor. At the same time, Zhuowen could sense that the Zhao family's old ancestor was extremely powerful. If he did not use the 9-wheel incineration cauldron, it would be very difficult for him to survive. If a half-step ultimate emperor realm cultivator is already so powerful, then wouldn't those who have reached the ultimate emperor realm possess monstrous strength that can split mountains? Zhuowen finally understood the strength of an ultimate emperor realm cultivator. Thinking back to the Azure Emperor rankings that Qing Lian had mentioned before, Zhuowen also realized that there was still a gap between him and the peak geniuses of the Azure Xian Empire. Old ancestor, it's not what you think. It's actually Zhao Yaoding. Zhao Xuanwu stepped forward and was interrupted by Zhao Qingtian before he could finish his sentence. You don't have to explain to me. Even if Zhao Yaoding did something wrong, what right does this outsider have to kill a member of my Zhao family? If there's anyone to kill, it should be a member of our Zhao family. For the sake of our Zhao family's prestige, this kid must die. Zhao Xuanwu's face instantly flushed red when he heard this. He was furious in his heart, but he did not dare to say anything. After all, the person before him was his old ancestor. He did not dare to disobey him in the slightest. Kid, do you know your crime? A member of our Zhao family is not that easy to kill. Zhao Qingtian placed his hands behind his back as he stared coldly at Zhuowen below. Know your sister. Zhao Yaoding killed my aunt. Is it wrong for me to kill him? You old fart, are you blind or retarded? Zhuowen sneered as he cursed unceremoniously. Hiss. Chapter 268. The sullen Zhao family patriarch Zhao Qingtian narrowed his eyes. The killing intent in his eyes grew even thicker as he said, You're already so arrogant at such a young age. What will happen when you grow up? Today, I'll clean up your family. Die. Taking a step in the air, Zhao Qingtian's right palm viciously slammed downwards. Boundless yuan power was like a scorching sun as it transformed into a giant palm that appeared above Zhuowen's head. A terrifying pressure descended in an instant, causing the surrounding air to flow in reverse. Zhuowen's expression turned extremely grave. Zhao Qingtian had clearly used all his strength in this attack. If he didn't use the 9-wheel incineration cauldron, it would be very difficult to block this attack. However, Zhuowen had some reservations in his heart. The 9-wheel incineration cauldron was an earthly soul treasure after all. If he took it out rashly, the other factions in Broken Rock City would be tempted. At that time, Zhuowen wouldn't be facing just the Zhao family, but all the other factions in Broken Rock City. A man's wealth is his own ruin. Looks like I can only use the 9-wheel incineration cauldron. Zhao Qingtian's attack is even more powerful than before. I'm afraid that even the extreme frost won't be able to block it. His eyes flickered as Zhuowen pressed his right hand on his Qianquan bag, preparing to take out the 9-wheel incineration cauldron. Boom! At this moment, Zhuowen suddenly realized that the giant palm above his head had collapsed, turning into countless specks of light. Who is it? How dare you block this old man's path? Are you trying to go against our Zhao family? In the air, Zhao Qingtian's expression changed drastically. His gaze turned slightly as he searched his surroundings. He actually didn't know how his attack had been countered. Zhuowen's expression relaxed. He knew that someone had probably helped him, but he didn't know who it was. After all, to be able to block Zhao Qingtian's attack so easily, that person's strength was at least at the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm. Zhuowen didn't remember knowing any half-step Ultimate Emperor realm expert. The Zhao family is very powerful. Zhao Qingtian, you're quite arrogant. How dare you speak to me like that? A ghostly figure suddenly flew over from afar and headed straight for Zhao Qingtian. Zhao Qingtian was taken aback. Both of his palms struck out like a gust of wind. Countless palm shadows exploded in the air, emitting a dazzling 5-colored radiance. The powerful pressure even caused the space to distort. Petty tricks! The figure snorted coldly. With a gentle wave of his right hand, he easily broke through the countless palm shadows. His feet suddenly stepped into the air as he shot towards Zhao Qingtian at an extremely fast speed. Zhao Qingtian was stunned. Zhuowen was stunned as well. Even the spectating Zhao clansmen were stunned. Zhao Qingtian's full-powered attack, a half-step Ultimate Emperor realm cultivator, had been so easily broken by this mysterious figure that had appeared out of nowhere. Ultimate Emperor, realm expert, this senior, this junior has offended you just now. Zhao Qingtian's expression finally changed drastically, and he hurriedly changed his attitude. However, it was already too late. The figure arrived before him in an instant and roughly grabbed his collar. With a twist of his shoulder, an enormous force instantly surged out. Zhao Qingtian was like a defenseless little chick plummeting straight down. Rumble! An ear-piercing explosion suddenly rang out, and a huge deep pit immediately appeared in the middle of the courtyard. The Zhao clan members were shocked to discover that the usually high and mighty old ancestor, Zhao Qingtian, was actually struggling in the deep pit with his face covered in dirt. He looked extremely miserable. Swoosh! The figure instantly arrived in front of the crater. He lifted his foot and viciously stomped on Zhao Qingtian's chest. He coldly said, "Zhao Qingtian, are you very strong? Are you very arrogant?" Uffed. Zhao Qingtian immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Fear immediately surfaced in his eyes. Only an Ultimate Emperor realm expert could defeat him so easily. He couldn't remember offending any Ultimate Emperor realm expert. "Sir, let's talk nicely." This lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mao Tai. "Please spare me." The speed at which Zhao Qingtian's expression changed left everyone speechless. He had been so arrogant just a moment ago, but now he was all smiles. "Oh, you don't recognize me? Open your dog eyes and take a look. I've only disappeared for 10 years. Could it be that the older generation of Broken Rock City has already forgotten me?" The figure coldly snorted. He took another step and stomped on Zhao Qingtian's chest, causing the latter to spit out another mouthful of blood. You are Lord Qiu? You're actually not dead." Only now did Zhao Qingtian notice the figure's appearance. His face instantly revealed a look of disbelief. "Oh, do you really want me to die?" The figure's eyes narrowed. He stepped on Zhao Qingtian's chest again and coldly said, "This lowly one doesn't mean that. Lord Qiu is the #1 expert in our Broken Rock City. How could this lowly one dare to say such a thing? Sir, this lowly one doesn't seem to have offended you. Why are you so angry today?" When Zhao Qingtian recognized the middle-aged man in front of him, the corners of his mouth instantly turned bitter. The middle-aged man in front of him was infamous in Broken Rock City. He was extremely powerful and did not have any scruples when doing things. He did not even place the City Lord Mansion in his eyes. However, this middle-aged man was extremely powerful. Even the City Lord Mansion was unable to do anything to him. Furthermore, it was said that this person had mysteriously disappeared 10 years ago. At that time, it had caused a huge commotion in Broken Rock City. Everyone had guessed that this person should be dead. Who would have thought that he would reappear in Broken Rock City today? Furthermore, he had attacked their Zhao family for no reason. This caused Zhao Qingtian to be both shocked and fearful. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He immediately recognized the middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared in front of him. Wasn't he Qiu, who he had helped to retrieve the extreme Zero Frost? Junior Zhuowen greets Senior Qiu. Junior thought that Senior had already left Broken Rock City long ago. Who would have thought that we would meet again? Zhuowen hurriedly walked towards Qiu. His expression was extremely respectful. After all, Qiu's strength was at least at the Ultimate Emperor stage. His strength was unfathomable. Zhuowen did not want to slight him in the slightest. I have some old friends in Broken Rock City, so I've been visiting them for a few days. I'll be leaving in a few days. The jade talisman on your body has the aura that this old man left behind. Just now, this old man sensed that something was amiss and immediately came over. Who would have thought that this clown would actually bully the weak? At this point, Qiu coldly snorted and casually kicked Zhao Qingtian. At this moment, Zhao Qingtian's gaze was lifeless. He looked at the smile on Qiu's face with some disbelief. He had never thought that Zhuowen would actually be related to this Qiu. If he had known earlier, he would not have made a move against this Zhuowen. After all, Zhao Yaoding deserved to die. Zhao Xuanwu, Zhao Wenqian, and the other members of the Zhao family were also stunned. The middle-aged man who had ruthlessly beaten up the Zhao family patriarch with a face full of viciousness was actually smiling warmly at Zhuowen. Everyone knew that this terrifyingly powerful middle-aged man was standing up for Zhuowen. This Zhuowen is indeed not simple. He actually has the support of such a powerful Ultimate Emperor stage expert. No wonder he wasn't afraid of the patriarch's threat at all. Zhao Xuanwu smiled bitterly. He stared at Zhuowen's back with a complicated gaze. Looking at the high-spirited and insufferably arrogant Qiu in front of him, Zhuowen also felt a trace of boiling blood in his heart. He also really wanted to be like Qiu, to do things his own way, to be free and unfettered, and to take revenge as he pleased. However, he also clearly understood that all of this required the backing of powerful strength. Lord Chiu, this lowly one did not know that this young man was related to you, so I have offended you. I won't dare to do it again. I hope that Lord Chiu can spare me this time. Zhao Qingtian knew Chiu Chao's character very well. He was a person who dared to kill and do what he wanted. If he really offended him, he would even dare to kill someone from the city lord's mansion. I'll give you two choices. Kneel down and apologize to our young friend Zhuowen, or die. Chiu Cho did not beat around the bush and spoke rather impatiently. This, Zhao Qingtian immediately hesitated. He was the Zhao family patriarch, a half-step ultimate emperor stage expert. He was a person of great status in Broken Rock City. If he had to kneel down and apologize to a brat who still smelled of his mother's milk, he could not afford to lose face. Moreover, there were many members of the Zhao family watching. You only have 3 seconds to consider. Once those 3 seconds are up, you can go die. 1, 2. Chiu Chao's eyes were cold as traces of killing intent gradually rose. Plop! Before he could count to 3, Zhao Qingtian directly knelt down and suddenly kowtowed 3 times to Zhuowen. He gritted his teeth and said, "Young friend Zhuowen, I, Zhao Qingtian, had eyes but failed to recognize Mao Tai. I was blind to have offended you. Now, I will apologize to you. I hope you can forgive this old man." Hiss! The courtyard immediately became completely silent. Every member of the Zhao clan stared dumbfoundedly at Zhao Qingtian, who was kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to Zhuowen. The dullness in their eyes gradually turned into shock and disbelief. Was this still their high and mighty old ancestor? At this moment, he was actually kneeling in front of a brat who still smelled of his mother's milk and apologizing. "Zhuowen, I'll leave this old man to you to deal with. If you don't like him, I can help you get rid of him once and for all." Chiu Cho nodded and smiled as he stared at Zhuowen. "No need. After all, he is the patriarch of the Zhao family. If I kill him, I'm afraid the Zhao family will fall into chaos. After all, I have a few friends in the Zhao family. I don't want them to feel uneasy." Zhuowen shook his head and said, "Not bad. You are loyal and loyal. I like your character." Chiu Cho was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. "However, I just happen to be lacking a body refinement technique. After all, the Zhao family is one of the 4 great families in Broken Rock City. I'm afraid they have a good foundation." At this point, Zhuowen looked at Zhao Qingtian with deep meaning. "Oh, body refinement technique? This old man remembers that the Zhao family has a rather powerful body refinement technique called the Jade Stone Body Refinement Technique. It seems to be a secret technique passed down in the Zhao family." Chiu Cho narrowed his eyes and chuckled. "Lord Chiu, that won't do. The Jade Stone Body Refinement Technique is a body refinement technique passed down in the Zhao family. It cannot be passed down to outsiders." Ah. Zhao Qingtian was just about to object when his chest was kicked. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. "Did this old man allow you to speak? If you continue to nag, I'll just kill you. When the time comes, I'll search the place where you are in seclusion and naturally find it. Tell me, is your life more important, or is the Jade Stone Body Refinement Technique more important?" Chiu Cho snorted coldly. His gaze became incomparably cold, causing Zhao Qingtian to lower his head involuntarily. "All right, I agree to hand over the Jade Stone Body Refinement Technique. However, Lord Chiu also needs to abide by your promise." Zhao Qingtian lowered his head and said in humiliation. Chapter 269. The dowry left behind taking a deep breath. Under Chiu Chao's stern gaze, Zhao Qingtian bitterly smiled and retrieved a jade scroll from his Chenkuan bag. With a wave of his right hand, he tossed it to Zhuowen. "This contains the Jade Stone Body Tempering Technique. Keep it well, young friend Zhuowen. With a flip of his right hand, Zhuowen caught the jade scroll. Immediately, he unceremoniously used his mental energy to inspect the contents of the jade scroll. After confirming that it was indeed a body-tempering technique, a smile finally appeared on Zhuowen's face. Furthermore, from the introduction of the jade stone body tempering technique, this body tempering technique was rather powerful. When one cultivated it to the highest level, one's body would be as hard as jade. It was said that one could withstand the might of a high-grade soul treasure. However, the requirements to cultivate this technique were rather stringent. It actually required a large amount of Emperor Yuan pills. Emperor Vitality pills were extremely precious and rare to cultivators below the Ultimate King realm. Even some Ultimate King realm cultivators would not have many Emperor Vitality pills on them. This was why Emperor Vitality pills were so valuable that they could not be bought on the market. However, Zhuowen was not worried. After all, he had obtained more than 100,000 Emperor Yuan pills in the ancient cave dwelling. Such a large amount of Emperor Yuan pills was enough to help Zhuowen cultivate the jade stone body tempering technique to a higher level. Sir Qiu, I have already handed over the jade stone body tempering technique. Can you let me go now? When Zhao Qingtian saw the smile on Zhuowen's face, he gently exhaled and cautiously said to Qiu Qiu, "Scram, next time, if I see you trying to harm little friend Zhuowen again, I'll uproot your entire Zhao clan." Qiu Qiu lifted his right leg and kicked Zhao Qingtian's chest, causing the latter to fly backwards. Then, he slipped out of the courtyard and disappeared from everyone's sight. Zhuowen only felt a little amused as he watched Zhao Qingtian slip away in a dejected manner. Soon after, he cupped his hands together towards Qiu Qiu beside him and said in a rather solemn manner, "Many thanks to Elder Qiu this time around. If not for Elder's intervention, I'm afraid that this little one would really be doomed." That might not be the case. Just now, when I saw that Zhao Qingtian was about to kill you, there wasn't a trace of despair on your face. Instead, you appeared exceptionally calm. I believe that you still have some trump cards in your hands. Qiu Qiu suddenly looked meaningfully at Zhuowen and said with a faint smile. Zhuowen's expression turned cold, but he smiled embarrassedly. Qiu Qiu's observation was quite meticulous. He was actually able to notice Zhuowen's expression at that critical moment. "Brat, I heard from those old fellows in the Arcane Guild that you will be participating in the Arcane ceremony in 5 days. Qiu Qiu glanced at the Arcanist badge on Zhuowen's chest and suddenly asked, "Yes, I've heard that the rewards for the Arcana ceremony this time around are extremely generous. Therefore, I'm hoping to give it a try and see if I can get a good ranking." Zhuowen shrugged and said rather calmly, "To be able to become a Grade 2 Arcanist at such a young age means that your talent is not bad. However, I still have to tell you that the Arcana ceremony this time around is not simple. I've heard that the Arcane Guild branches in the top few super cities in Wuqin County have all sent their own elites. It can be said that geniuses have gathered together. I'm afraid that it will be very difficult for you to get a good ranking in the Arcana ceremony this time around." Hearing Qiu Qiu's words, Zhuowen was slightly taken aback. Then he smiled and said, "Originally I came here to experience the Arcana ceremony. As for whether I can get a good ranking, that is not something that I can decide. After all, I'm still young." "Good. You have some guts. I did not misjudge you. I'm really looking forward to your performance in the Arcana ceremony in 5 days. All right, I'll take my leave first. I still have a few friends waiting for me." After speaking, Qiu Qiu directly disappeared in front of Zhuowen. Looking at the empty ground, Zhuowen helplessly shook his head. This senior Cho really came and went like a ghost. However, Zhuowen also understood from Zhao Qingtian's words that Qiu Chao's identity was not simple. He was actually the #1 person in Broken Rock City. Didn't that mean that Qiu Chao's strength was even more terrifying than the president of the Arcana Guild, Master Kuya? Zhuowen, Zhao Xuanwu brought Zhao Wenqian to Zhuowen's side. His expression was a little hesitant, and he seemed to be hemming and hawing. What happened just now was too shocking. Their Zhao family's old ancestor, Zhao Qingtian, was actually beaten up by Qiu Chou, who suddenly appeared. After that, he even knelt down and apologized to this young man in front of him. All of this made Zhao Xuanwu dizzy, and he felt that it was unbelievable. Uncle, Miss Wenqian, since Zhao Yaoting's matter has been settled, I shall not stay any longer. Zhuowen nodded towards Zhao Xuanwu and Zhao Wenqian, intending to leave immediately. Although he had found out his aunt's whereabouts during this trip to the Zhao family, the result made Zhuowen rather angry. He did not expect that his aunt would actually be used as a cultivation vessel by Zhao Yaoting to cultivate a secret technique, and in the end, not even her bones were left behind. This feeling of helplessness and anger made Zhuowen not want to stay in the Zhao family any longer. Wait! Suddenly, Zhao Xuanwu called out from behind. What's the matter? Coldly staring at Zhao Xuanwu, who had called out to him, Zhuowen's tone was already tinged with a trace of iciness. Zhao Xuanwu's expression froze, but soon after, he bitterly smiled. He could also understand Zhuowen's current feelings. With a sigh, he retrieved a palm-sized box from his chinquan bag and said, This is the only thing that Mei Jin left behind. I have kept it for many years. Since you are her nephew, I shall return it to its rightful owner. His hands trembled as he received the box. The viciousness in Zhuowen's eyes slowly receded, replaced by a trace of gentleness. Gently nodding his head, Zhuowen said, Many thanks. After speaking, Zhuowen took the box and directly left the Zhao family. Father, do you think that big brother Zhuowen will be all right? His aunt's fate was truly, Zhao Wenqian involuntarily asked as she gazed at the somewhat lonely figure in the distance. For some reason, she felt an indescribable pain in her heart. Don't worry. Little friend Zhuowen is a strong-willed individual. He will not do anything foolish. However, for Mei Jin to have such a talented nephew, she should be able to smile in the underworld. Zhao Xuanwu's gaze was rather complicated as he muttered to himself. What? You plan to return to Rotan Armor City now? Kid, Broken Rock City is half a month's journey from Rotan Armor City to Broken Rock City. A round trip will take you a month's time, and there are only 5 days left until the Arcana ceremony. Don't tell me you don't plan to participate in the Arcana ceremony? In the large loft, Grandmaster Tsang Mu involuntarily shouted as he looked at the youth in front of him in disbelief. Old man Tsang Mu, don't worry. I will naturally participate in the Arcana ceremony. However, this dowry is the only thing left behind by my aunt. I don't want my aunt to suffer the pain of drifting. Only by bringing it back to the clan's ancestral hall will my aunt's soul be able to rest in peace. Standing in the hall, Zhuowen's face was filled with determination. After receiving the dowry from Zhao Xuanwu, memories flooded into Zhuowen's mind like a tidal wave. These memories were all about a cheerful, lively, and beautiful woman. At that time, he was still young. This woman had always been by his side, playing with him, making him laugh, comforting him, and taking care of him. Even though his father had gone missing and his cultivation had been unable to improve, this woman had always been protecting him. This beautiful woman was his aunt, Zhuowen. She was a woman who treated Zhuowen like her own son. She was also the existence that Zhuowen relied on the most at that time. Kid, with your speed, Even if you don't eat or drink and travel day and night, I'm afraid it's not very likely that you'll be able to return to Broken Rock City in 5 days. Can't you wait until the Arcana ceremony is over? Then bring this dowry back to the Zhuo family? Grandmaster Tsang Mu said in exasperation. He was very clear about Zhuowen's current mental energy level. He believed that with Zhuowen's current mental energy level, even if he couldn't become the champion of the Arcana ceremony, he had a very high chance of entering the top 3. He was waiting for Zhuowen to win glory for him at the Arcana ceremony. Who would have thought that such a troublesome matter would occur? Although my speed isn't good, an Ultimate Emperor Realm expert can. With that, Zhuowen took out a jade talisman and crushed it without hesitation. An invisible wave immediately spread out from the jade talisman. Kid, are you kidding me? The number of Ultimate Emperor Realm experts in Broken Rock City can be counted on one hand. These Ultimate Emperor Realm experts are all very arrogant. Do you think you can convince them to send you back to Rattan Armor City and back? Grandmaster Tsang Mu rolled his eyes at Zhuowen and snorted disdainfully. However, just as Grandmaster Tsang Mu finished speaking, an enormous pressure suddenly enveloped the entire courtyard like a mountain. Even the surrounding air seemed to flow in reverse, as if countless streams of steam were rising. What a powerful pressure! This pressure? Could it be an Ultimate Emperor Realm expert? Grandmaster Tsang Mu's face twitched when he felt the enormous pressure that suddenly descended. His face was filled with disbelief as he screamed loudly. Whoosh! A figure instantly tore through the air and landed on the ground not far from Zhuowen in the courtyard in a few flashes. Qiu Chou frowned slightly as he looked at the excessively calm courtyard in astonishment. He turned his head to look at Zhuowen and asked doubtfully, "Little friend Zhuowen, this old man just left not long ago, and you already crushed the jade talisman? Also, from the looks of it, you didn't encounter any danger. Why did you crush the jade talisman?" Grandmaster Tsang Mu's mouth was slightly agape as he stared at Qiu Chou in disbelief. He could feel the enormous pressure emanating from the middle-aged man before him. This pressure had already far surpassed that of an ordinary Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. He had once been fortunate enough to meet the City Lord of Broken Rock City, Ouyang Yuntu. Ouyang Yuntu was a genuine Ultimate Emperor Realm expert with monstrous strength. However, Tsang Mu could feel that Ouyang Yuntu's aura wasn't even a tenth of the man before him. In other words, the middle-aged man before him was at least an Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Chapter 270. Return. Zhuowen's gaze was extremely calm as he revealed his objective, causing Qiu Chou to look at him with a strange expression. "You called me over just to bring you to Rattan Armor City? Is it that simple?" Qiu Chou's face twitched as his tone became rather strange. "My grandfather is most anxious to know about my aunt's whereabouts. Since we have already found out, I must inform him as soon as possible. He has been waiting for this for 10 years, and I don't want him to wait too long. Moreover, I will feel uneasy if my aunt's belongings are not properly taken care of." Zhuowen's gaze was rather dim as he spoke indifferently. "Little friend Zhuowen is indeed a man of character. However, I must remind you that since you have crushed the jade talisman, your only chance to ask for my help has been used up." Qiu Chou's gaze flickered as he spoke indifferently. "Junior understands. Senior, please set off quickly. Junior does not have much time." Zhuowen nodded as he spoke seriously. Qiu Chou was never one to drag things out. The only thing he could do was nod his head. With a wave of his right hand, powerful yuan power was applied to the feet of the two. Soon after, Zhuowen followed Qiu Chou and floated in the air. With a swoosh, the two of them transformed into two streaks of light and disappeared from the courtyard. "Sai, I am finding it harder and harder to see through this little fellow Zhuowen. He has only been in Broken Rock City for a few days, and he already knows such a powerful Ultimate Emperor stage expert. What is even more unbelievable is that this expert actually agreed to help Zhuowen. Grandmaster Karaki could not help but mutter to himself as he gazed at the streaks of light that disappeared into the horizon. I hope that this little fellow can hurry up and make it in time for the Arcana ceremony. I am really looking forward to his performance. Swoosh, swoosh. High up in the sky, two figures flashed past like shooting stars, causing the surrounding air to emit a tearing sound. A trace of excitement flashed across Zhuowen's face as he gazed at the ground below that had almost turned into a black dot. Once a cultivator reached the Ultimate Emperor stage, they would be able to walk through the air as though it was flat ground. A single step would cover a distance of 10,000 miles. It could be said that they had truly reached the realm of freedom. Senior Chiu, with our current speed, how long will it take to reach Ra-Ten Armor City? Zhuowen suddenly turned to Chiu and asked, About 2 days. My speed is much faster than the average Ultimate Emperor realm expert. 2 days should be the best estimate. Chiu smiled faintly. 2 days? It seems that time is rather tight. Zhuowen mumbled in a low voice. There was a trace of worry on his face. He didn't know if he would be able to make it in time for the Arcana ceremony. 2 days later, Ra-Ten Armor City was still bustling with activity as usual. There was an endless stream of people on the streets, and many of the markets were established. These markets basically belonged to the Zhuo family, the #1 power in Ra-Ten Armor City. The strength of the Zhuo family was already deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. Compared to the city lord's mansion, some cultivators were even more afraid of the Zhuo family. Rumors of Zhuowen slaughtering 1,000 cultivators by himself outside the primordial cave dwelling had already spread like wildfire in Ra-Ten Armor City. It had even become a household name. Everyone knew that the Zhuo family had a ruthless person called Zhuowen. Zhuowen's legendary battles were also deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. Everyone couldn't help but fear the Zhuo family. Within the city lord's mansion, Guyu Tian was going through some documents. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head to look at the sky. There was a trace of shock in his eyes. What a powerful aura. This aura, could it be an Ultimate Emperor realm expert? Crack! A crisp sound immediately rang out. Due to using too much force, the brush in Guyu Tian's hand was actually broken. However, he still didn't feel anything. I have to go out and take a look. It's not a good thing for an expert to descend upon our small city. Guyu Tian recalled the scene of the battle between Aoki and Ba Shui when they descended upon Ra-Ten Armor City. That kind of power had almost destroyed Ra-Ten Armor City. Swoosh! In an instant, Guyu Tian disappeared. In a short while, he arrived at the top of the city gates. His gaze was grave as he looked at the horizon in the distance. There, 2 black figures were rapidly rushing over. Big brother, what's going on? I felt an extremely powerful pulse of energy earlier. Could it be? A middle-aged man in long black robes also arrived beside Guyu Tian. He raised his head and stared at the horizon in a rather serious manner. This middle-aged man was the Vice City Lord of Ra-Ten Armor City. He was also Guyu Tian's younger brother, Gu Lai. Speaking of which, Gu Lai had some conflicts with Zhuowen in the past. However, with Zhuowen's rapid rise, Gu Lai no longer dared to oppose Zhuowen. He even faintly felt regret in his heart. They should be Ultimate Emperor realm experts. I wonder why these 2 sirs have come to our Ra-Ten Armor City. I hope there won't be a huge battle like last time. Grandmaster Tsang Mu isn't in Ra-Ten Armor City right now. If there really is a battle between Ultimate Emperor realm experts, I'm afraid that our Rattan Armor City will really be finished. Guyu Tian's face was filled with a bitter smile. It was very easy for experts to overlook a low-level city like their Rattan Armor City. To them, a low-level city was an ant-like existence. Stomping an ant to death was no big deal. Gulai's face also darkened when he heard this. His eyes were filled with helplessness. This was the tragedy of a small city like theirs. In the vast Muqin County, there were just too many small cities like theirs. Basically, they were living precarious lives. If our Rattan Armor City also had an Ultimate Emperor realm expert guarding it, we probably wouldn't be overlooked by other experts. We might even be able to become a medium-level city because of this. At that time, we would be able to obtain even more territory and soldiers. Gulai continued with a bitter smile. Guyu Tian suddenly thought of Zhuowen's figure, and his eyes immediately filled with envy. If there's anyone in our Rattan Armor City who can reach the Ultimate Emperor realm, then it would only be Zhuowen from the Zhuo family. That little fellow's talent is just too terrifying. Even now, I'm a little envious of Zhuo Xiangding's good fortune to actually have such a good grandson. Gulai also nodded in agreement. Even though he didn't have much of a good impression of Zhuowen, he couldn't help but admire the latter's great talent and strength. They're here. These two sirs should have extraordinary origins. We can't be careless in the slightest. Swoosh, swoosh. Two whooshing sounds suddenly rang out, and two figures suddenly appeared on the city gate. At the same time, a suffocating aura constantly radiated from their bodies, causing Guyu Tian and Gulai to lower their heads involuntarily. They didn't dare to look directly at the two people who had appeared on the city gate. This lowly one is Guyu Tian, the city lord of Rattan Armor City. Greetings to the two sirs. This lowly one is Gulai, the vice city lord. Greetings to the two sirs. Guyu Tian and Gulai both stepped forward and knelt on one knee. They lowered their heads and didn't dare to casually look at the two people. They only cupped their hands together in an extremely respectful and humble manner. City Lord, Vice City Lord, there's no need for the two of you to be so courteous. Quickly rise. A youthful voice abruptly rang out, causing Gu Yuetian and Gu Lai to be stunned. They discovered that this voice actually gave them an extremely familiar feeling. Could it be? The two of them abruptly raised their heads and immediately saw a slender, young man smiling at them. Zhuowen? Are you really Zhuowen? Did you give off the aura of an Ultimate Emperor realm expert earlier? You've reached the Ultimate Emperor realm? The two of them could not help but cry out when they recalled that the extremely powerful aura from afar had come from the young man before them. They could not help but tremble. Shock filled their faces. Wasn't Zhuo when just at the Earth King realm a month ago? It had only been a month since they last saw each other, yet the young man had already reached the Ultimate Emperor realm after returning from Broken Rock City. Wasn't this a little too unbelievable? You've misunderstood. Take a closer look. I'm not an Ultimate Emperor realm expert, but Senior Chiu beside me is a bona fide Ultimate Emperor realm expert. With 4 wheels, Zhuowen pointed at Chiu with a smile. Chiu had originally been an Ultimate Emperor realm expert with 3 wheels. Ever since Zhuowen expelled the extreme coldness from his body, he had gained some comprehension and directly broken through to the Ultimate Emperor realm with 4 wheels. After hearing Zhuowen's denial, Gu Yuetian and Gu Lai had already heaved a sigh of relief. However, when Zhuowen introduced Chiu, who was beside him, as an ultimate 4-wheel emperor, the two of them instantly felt a knot in their hearts. Greetings, sir. The two of them trembled and hurriedly clasped their hands towards Chiu. They were extremely respectful, but their hearts were in chaos. An Ultimate Emperor realm expert with 4 wheels. An expert like that was a peak expert in the entire Muchin County. His strength was probably even greater than the city lords of some supercities. They had never thought that he would come to their tiny vine armor city today. What was even more unbelievable was that this expert seemed to have come with Zhuowen. Since when had Zhuowen's reputation become so great that he could even invite an expert like that? With this thought in mind, the two of them immediately looked at Zhuowen with a complicated and strange gaze. Compared to Gu Yutian and Gu Lai, who were trembling with fear, Qiu Qiu was frowning. He did not care about Gu Yutian and Gu Lai at all. After all, one of them was at the initial Earth King stage, while the other was only at the Human King stage. Their strength was not even worth mentioning to him. What really made him frown was that the Vine Armor City that Zhuowen had mentioned was only a low-level city. Originally, he had thought that the faction behind the city that could nurture such a heaven-defying monster like Zhuowen would definitely be extremely terrifying. Perhaps the city he came from was one of the strongest super cities in Muchin County. However, he had never thought that the Vine Armor City that Zhuowen had mentioned was only a low-level city. To put it bluntly, Qiu Qiu only needed to wave his hand to completely destroy a city like that. This kid actually came from a low-level city, but his strength and talent have already left many geniuses in the dust. To be able to reach such a level in a low-level city that is lacking in resources, this kid can no longer be described as a monster. Qiu Qiu glanced at Zhuowen beside him. Although his face was as calm as water, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. If Zhuowen had come from a great faction in a super city, Qiu Qiu would not be surprised if he could reach such a level at the age of 17 or 18. After all, he had lived for an extremely long time and had seen all kinds of geniuses. Chapter 271. My family Zhuowen. May I know why you've brought this lord to Rattan Armor City? Gu Yuetian stole a glance at Qiu Qiu as he spoke, rather cautiously. He did not dare to show the slightest disrespect towards an ultimate Emperor realm expert. I'm just here to deliver something to grandfather. Due to time constraints, I asked Senior Qiu Qiu to personally bring me back. After all, Senior Qiu Qiu can travel thousands of miles in a single step. His speed is much faster. Zhuowen smiled faintly as he replied in a somewhat absent-minded manner. When Gu Yutian and Gu Lai heard this, the surprise in their eyes grew even more intense. Zhuowen had returned this time just to deliver a single item, and it was actually enough for an ultimate Emperor stage expert to personally bring him back. Wasn't this a little too much? City Lords, I will only be staying in Rattan Armor City for a day. After a day, I will return to Broken Rock City. Therefore, I will be returning to the Zhuo family first. Zhuowen cupped his hands slightly and nodded at Qiu Qiu beside him. The two of them instantly disappeared from the city gates. As they watched the two of them disappear, the shock on Gu Yutian and Gu Lai's faces didn't fade for a long time. In the end, Gu Yutian laughed bitterly and said, I'm finding it harder and harder to see through Zhuowen. He's only been in Broken Rock City for a short while, but he's already acquainted himself with such a powerful ultimate Emperor stage expert. Moreover, this expert was even willing to personally escort him to Rattan Armor City. Gu Lai's face was also filled with bitterness. The complicated look in his eyes grew even more intense. The Zhuo family's martial arts practice field was already packed with people. Many young and tender youths were diligently practicing their basic moves under Zhuo Beiqian's supervision. The sound of robes rustling against the air was rather pleasing to the ears in the entire martial arts practice field. Zhuo Beiqian's gaze was stern as he scanned the youths in the martial arts practice field. If there was any movement that was wrong, he would immediately correct it. At this moment, Zhuo Beiqian's eyes narrowed. He lifted his head to look at the distant horizon. He could feel an extremely powerful aura heading straight for the Zhuo family. Whoosh! From the depths of the Zhuo family, a burly figure suddenly shot out and arrived at the martial arts practice field in an instant. When this figure appeared in the martial arts practice field, the martial arts practice field instantly became somewhat quiet. Subsequently, those immature youths who were practicing their moves looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared with reverence in their eyes. "Greetings, Patriarch. It's good to live at home." The youths cupped their hands and shouted in unison, and their voices seemed to be rather loud and clear in the martial practice grounds. This figure was the head of the Zhuo family, Zhuo Xiangding. At this time, Zhuo Xiangding's face was very serious. He looked up at the sky and said seriously, "Boss, you also sense that powerful aura, right?" Zhuo Beiqian's expression was equally solemn as he nodded. "And I just don't know if the owner of this aura is a friend or a foe. If it's a friend, then it's fine. If it's an enemy, then I'm afraid our Zhuo family will be in a very bad situation. Whether it's a friend or a foe, we'll naturally find out in a moment." Zhuo Xiangding narrowed his eyes and said seriously, seeing that Zhuo Xiangding and Zhuo Baitian were both silent, and instead looking up at the sky. The youths in the martial arts practice field naturally couldn't hide the curiosity in their hearts and looked up at the sky. They were very curious as to what exactly Zhuo Xiangding and Zhuo Baitian were looking at. Very soon, two figures immediately appeared in the empty sky. The two figures stood in the air and silently hovered at a height of 10,000 kilometers above the martial arts practice ground, stepping on the void as if it's flat ground. This can only be done by those whose strength is above the Ultimate Emperor realm. These two are actually Ultimate Emperor realm powerhouses. Looking at the two figures that suddenly stopped in the sky above them, Zhuo Xiangding's face twitched, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Even Zhuo Baitian, who was beside him, couldn't remain calm. His body couldn't help but tremble as a look of horror appeared on his face. Ultimate Emperor realm powerhouses weren't existences that their Zhuo family or even Rattan Armor City could contend against. The youths in the martial arts practice field also noticed the abnormal reactions of Zhuo Xiangding and Zhuo Baitian. A trace of doubt appeared on their young faces. Although these youths were still a little confused, they subconsciously sensed that the two figures that suddenly appeared in the sky above them were definitely powerhouses. Whoosh! The two figures in the sky suddenly moved and instantly landed on the martial arts practice field. Immediately, a slender youth of 17 or 18 and a middle-aged man with a cold expression appeared beside him. When Zhuo Xiangding and Zhuo Beiqian's gazes fell on the youth, they couldn't help but be startled. Then, with wild joy on their faces, they stepped forward and gave the youth a bear hug. "Zhuowen, my good grandson, I didn't expect you to return so early. I thought you would stay in Broken Rock City for a while." Zhuo Xiangding's face was filled with an excited smile as he couldn't help but laugh. Zhuo Beiqian's face was also filled with a gratified smile. They didn't know when, but they had already regarded the youth in front of them as the backbone of the Zhuo family. As long as the youth in front of them existed, their Zhuo family would prosper forever. "Grandfather, uncle, this senior is called Qiu Qiu. He is an Ultimate Emperor realm powerhouse. He is the one who brought me to Rattan Armor City this time." After the bear hug, Zhuowen pointed at Qiu Qiu and introduced him respectfully. Zhuo Xiangding and Zhuo Baitian were just about to greet Qiu Qiu when they suddenly heard the words Ultimate Emperor Realm. Their bodies suddenly trembled as they turned to Zhuowen and exclaimed, "Zhuowen, what did you say?" "This lord is an Ultimate Emperor realm powerhouse." "Do I not look like one?" Qiu Qiu glared as he replied coldly. No, this lord, we didn't mean that." We just overreacted because we were too shocked. Zhuo Xiangding and Zhuo Baitian almost knelt down as they wiped away their cold sweat. An ultimate emperor realm powerhouse was not someone to be trifled with. Zhuowen, however, frowned slightly and said in a rather cold tone, "Senior Qiu, these two are my family. I hope you can show them some respect." Zhuowen's somewhat disrespectful words made Zhuo Xiangding and Zhuo Beiqian's hearts clench. This was an ultimate emperor realm powerhouse, a peak existence even in the Qing Xian Empire. How could Zhuowen dare to speak to him in such a manner? Zhuo Xiangding had a bad feeling in his heart and hurriedly said with a smile, "This lord, please don't take offense. Zhuowen is young and doesn't know how to speak well. Please don't take it to heart." Qiu Chao's face was as calm as still water. His eyes flickered, and he suddenly smiled. This old man was indeed a little rude just now. "Since the two of you are young friend Zhuowen's elders, then you are naturally my friends. If it wasn't for young friend Zhuowen, I'm afraid this old man's life would really be in danger. Please forgive me for my rudeness just now." Zhuowen was also a little surprised by Qiu Chao's attitude. He originally thought that Qiu Qiu would be angry, but he didn't expect him to actually apologize. It seemed like Qiu Qiu valued kindness very much. When Zhuo Xiangding and Zhuo Baitian heard this, they were first stunned and then stunned for a moment. They also didn't expect Qiu Qiu to actually apologize to them. An ultimate emperor realm powerhouse apologizing to them immediately made Zhuo Xiangding and Zhuo Baitian feel a trace of unreality. The two of them hurriedly cupped their hands and said, "Lord, there's no need to be so polite. We can't accept it." In an instant, the originally somewhat tense atmosphere eased up a lot. "Grandfather, I've already found news about my aunt," Zhuowen suddenly said, but there was a trace of sadness in his eyes. "News about your aunt? How is she now?" Zhuo Xiangding's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw the sadness in Zhuowen's eyes. An unpleasant premonition arose in his heart. "This is the only thing my aunt left behind. Actually, she passed away 10 years ago." Zhuowen took out the dowry and solemnly handed it to Zhuo Xiangding. "Mei Jin, she's really gone?" His shoulders trembling, Zhuo Xiangding trembled as he took the dowry. His eyes were suddenly filled with sorrow. Although he had already guessed it, he still couldn't calm down when he heard this terrible news with his own ears. "Your grandson has personally killed her murderer. It's just a pity that my aunt's body is no longer left. All that's left is this dowry." Zhuowen sighed and said with a bitter smile, "Zhuowen, can you tell me everything you know? I want to know how Mei Jin died." Zhuo Xiangding suddenly raised his head and looked directly at Zhuowen. Looking at the serious expression on Zhuo Xiangding's face, Zhuowen sighed and told him the truth of that year, as well as how he killed Zhao Yaoding. At the same time, Zhuowen also told him about the Arcana ceremony. After a long time, Zhuo Xiangding sighed deeply and said, "Back then, I knew that Zhao Yaoding was not a good person, but Mei Jin was too kind. She didn't want to make things difficult for our family, so she resolutely married Zhao Yaoding. I didn't expect that she would end up without a corpse. Zhuowen, we will arrange your aunt's funeral properly. You should return to Broken Rock City first. The Arcana ceremony is an opportunity for you. You can't miss it. If your aunt was still alive, she wouldn't want you to miss such a grand event like the Arcana ceremony." Zhuo Xiangding suddenly came to Zhuowen's side, patted him on the shoulder, and said softly. Looking deeply at the old man in front of him, Zhuowen suddenly felt a lump in his throat. He knew that Zhuo Xiangding said this because he didn't want to delay his future. He also knew how much the old man in front of him expected of him. He was afraid that even if the old man in front of him died, he would still let his grandson have a bright future. Zhuowen knew that the only thing he could do now was not to disappoint the old man in front of him, and not to disappoint the entire Zhuo family. After a slight hesitation, Zhuowen suddenly knelt down on both knees and bowed to Zhuo Xiangding from afar. He said seriously, "Grandfather, I promise you, whether it's the Arcana ceremony or the Vitality Tower battle in a year and a half, I won't admit defeat. I will continue to win until the Empire, the Eastern lands, and the entire continent know of our family's past glory once again." The young man's voice was sonorous and powerful. It was full of vigor, and it reverberated throughout the entire martial arts practice field. The tenacity and unyielding spirit in his voice caused everyone present to be intimidated. Chapter 272. Chapter 272 Field of Arcana early in the morning, when the first ray of warm sunlight shone on the vast and majestic Broken Rock City. The usually deserted streets actually became somewhat endless today, as if there was a sea of people. What was surprising was that most of the people in the crowd were dressed in loose black robes with golden emblems on their chests. These people were arcanists who were rarely seen. Although Broken Rock City was considered a powerful super city, the number of arcanists in the city was naturally not small. However, most of the arcanists were in seclusion to research, cultivate, and refine crystals. They rarely appeared on the streets, which was why there were very few arcanists in the huge Broken Rock City. However, today was rather strange. Arcanists, who were rarely seen in the past, could be seen everywhere on the streets of Broken Rock City. Their numbers had reached a terrifying level. 5 days had already passed. Those who were in the know knew that today was the day of the Broken Rock City's Arcane Arts Guild's Arcane Arts Ceremony. It was said that the rewards for this arcane arts ceremony were extremely rich. There was actually an extremely rare item, like a Grade 4 Origin Array. It was precisely because of the attraction of the Grade 4 Origin Array that this year's Arcana ceremony attracted the attention of even more arcanists. Apart from the local arcanists of Broken Rock City, even many arcanists from other cities were attracted by the generous rewards. In the huge courtyard, Master Kuraki was pacing back and forth, his face full of anxiety. He muttered to himself, "It's been 5 days. Why hasn't Zhuowen come back yet? Sigh. Today is the day of the Arcana ceremony. If this kid doesn't make it back in time, he'll probably be disqualified." Creak. The door to the courtyard was suddenly opened, and 3 figures appeared at the entrance. The 3 figures were led by a purple-robed old man. His hair and beard were all white, and he wore a smile on his face. It was Grandmaster Xianling, who had once stood together with Grandmaster Kuraki in the Arcane Guild. The 2 people beside Xianling were naturally his disciples, Ouyang Yuteo and Ouyang Shishui. "Kuraki, today is the day of the Arcana ceremony. Didn't you submit your disciple Zhuowen's name as well? Let's go to the Arcane Arts Guild together today." Xuanling's face was full of smiles as he walked towards Grandmaster Kuraki. Beside her, Ouyang Yuteo's expression was calm and steady as he meticulously followed behind Xianling. On the other hand, Ouyang Shishui curled her lips. After entering the courtyard, her beautiful, watery eyes began to scan her surroundings as if she was searching for someone. But when she saw that there was only Grandmaster Kuraki, a puzzled expression appeared on her face. She muttered to herself, "Where's that annoying guy?" When he saw Xianling and the other 2 arrive, Grandmaster Tsang forced a smile and said, "I didn't expect Brother Xianling to wake up so early. The sun has just risen. Since today is the day of the Arcana ceremony, I'm not in the mood to stay in bed any longer." However, this year's Arcana ceremony was truly different from previous years. It had attracted many arcanists from other cities. It is said that the 2 super cities closest to our Broken Rock City, Anding City and Yiyang City, have also sent their respective geniuses to participate. Xianling suddenly came to Grandmaster Kuraki's side and said mysteriously. Hearing this, Grandmaster Kuraki's expression changed. He said solemnly, I didn't expect the two super cities to send their young generation of arcana masters. It seems that the arcana ceremony is really very attractive. I wonder how strong the geniuses sent by the two super cities are. Sai, the arcanists dispatched by Nding City, and Yiyang City this time are truly extraordinary. They're the #1 figures of the younger generation in their cities, and their strengths are extremely formidable. It's said that their strengths have all reached the level of a rank 3 arcanist. As for exactly what rank they've reached, it's unknown. Speaking of this, Xianling suddenly glanced at Ouyang Yateo and sighed. If it was the arcana ceremony of the past, with Yateo's complete grade 2 strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to enter the top 3. But this time, I'm afraid it's almost impossible. The corner of Master Kuraki's mouth also revealed a trace of a bitter smile. The person with the greatest mental energy talent in Broken Rock City was probably Master Kuya's disciple, Xuanai. His mental energy was already at the level of lower grade 3. This time, the two super cities, An City and Yeyang City, had sent out young experts whose strength was not weaker than Xuanai. It was likely that the competition in this arcane arts ceremony would become very intense. Ouyang Yateo, who was only at the level of complete grade 2, was indeed not enough. Beside him, Ouyang Yateo clenched his teeth when he heard this. A trace of sadness flashed across his eyes. He also admitted that with his current strength, it was indeed very difficult for him to obtain the top 3 in this Arcana Grand ceremony. Perhaps even the top 5 would be somewhat difficult. Kuraki, where's your disciple, Zhuowen? Call him. Let's go to the Arcana Guild together. The Arcana ceremony will officially begin when the sun is high in the sky. Your disciple is quite talented, but he's still young. The competition for the Arcana ceremony this time is so intense. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to achieve a good result, but it's good to be able to accumulate some experience and broaden his horizons. Xianling suddenly changed the topic. Hearing this, Kuraki smiled bitterly and said, My disciple still has some matters to attend to. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it back in time. Let's go first. He'll go directly to the Arcana Guild later. Oh, is there anything more important than the Arcana ceremony? Xianling was surprised when she heard this. That guy can't be afraid of the Arcana ceremony, which is full of geniuses, so he's looking for an excuse. Ouyang Shishui immediately mocked. Women were the most vengeful. Last time, Zhuowen embarrassed her. She had always disliked Zhuowen. Now that Zhuowen didn't appear, she naturally didn't spare any effort to mock him. Shishui, don't talk too much. Seeing that Grandmaster Kuraki's expression was rather ugly, Xianling immediately scolded, making Ouyang Shishui obediently shut up. Then Xianling smiled and continued, You don't have to lower yourself to the same level as this girl. Since little brother Zhuowen has matters to attend to, let's go to the Arcana Guild first. Grandmaster Kuraki was expressionless. He nodded slightly and walked out of the courtyard first. On the other hand, Ouyang Shishui shrunk her neck. She also knew that she had spoken too rashly. Under Xuanling's glare, she could only stick out her tongue. Once Kuraki, Xianling, and the other 3 left the courtyard, they headed straight for the Arcana Guild. However, along the way, the 4 of them saw Arcana Masters wearing long robes of various colors everywhere. The number of Arcana Masters was like a hornet's nest, causing the 4 of them to click their tongues. The 4 of them finally realized how great the attraction of the Arcana ceremony was. On the south side of the Arcana Guild, there was an extremely vast square. The square stretched horizontally and vertically for dozens of feet. The area was so large that it could accommodate tens of thousands of people. This square was called the Arcana Trials Field. It was specially built by the Arcana Guild to hold every Arcana ceremony or other grand meetings related to Arcana Masters. The Arcana Trials Field was extremely famous in the Arcana Guild. The Arcane Test Field was oval in shape, and at the edge of the oval was a huge wall stacked with bluestone slabs. The height of the wall was at least 10 meters, and on top of the wall were rows of seats. Obviously, these seats were used for spectating purposes. At this moment, the Arcana Trials Field was extremely lively. Many Arcana Masters had already entered and sat down on the seats in the Arcana Trials Field, silently waiting for the Arcana ceremony to begin. Kuraki, Xianling, come over. When Kuraki and Xianling arrived outside the Arcana Trials Field, they were stopped by a voice filled with vicissitudes of life. The two of them could not help but turn around and immediately saw Master Kuya in a gray robe slowly walking over with Xuanai. His wrinkled face was filled with a warm smile. Greetings, Mr. President. When Kuraki and Xianling saw that it was Master Kuya, they quickly cupped their hands and bowed respectfully. No need to be so courteous. This time, you've also brought your disciples to participate in the Arcana ceremony, right? Most of the Arcana Masters participating in this Arcana ceremony are not from Broken Rock City. As Arcana Masters of Broken Rock City, you have to work hard. You can't tarnish the reputation of our Broken Rock City's Arcana Guild. Kuya smiled and shifted his gaze to the siblings, Ouyang Yateo and Ouyang Shishue, who were behind Xianling. However, when he saw that Master Kuraki was alone, Master Kuya was suddenly stunned. He then asked, Kuraki, where's your disciple, Zhuowen? Why don't I see him by your side today? Kuraki smiled embarrassedly and said, Zhuowen has urgent matters to attend to, so he won't be here for a while. However, he should be here before the Arcana ceremony. What urgent matters could be more important than the Arcana ceremony? Your disciple's talent and strength are not bad. I'm afraid that he will perform well in this Arcana ceremony. I still think highly of him. Master Kuya gave Kuraki a meaningful glance and said with a smile, Then, thank you for your praise, Master Kuya. Kuraki's smile was rather stiff, but his heart was filled with anxiety. Meanwhile, Xuanai's beautiful eyes narrowed. The corners of her cherry-red lips revealed a trace of mockery and disdain. She whispered in a voice that only she could hear, It seems that he's just a guy who likes to talk big. 5 days ago, he boasted in front of me, wanting to show me who's the frog at the bottom of the well. Today, he doesn't dare to come. However, I don't have to be too calculative with this cowardly guy. There's no need to. Let's go. Let's all enter the Arcana training field. This Arcana ceremony is different from the past. Many big shots have come. Not only our Broken Rock City's city lord, Ouyang Yuntu, and the ancestors of the 4 great families are here, but even the vice presidents of the 2 Arcana guilds of Nding City and Yeong City have personally come. Master Kuya smiled and led Xue Nai into the entrance of the Arcana training field. Chapter 273. Yiyang City and Nding City, the VIP seats at the top of the arcane testing grounds, were already filled with people. When Master Kuya brought Xangmu, Xianling, and the others in, they immediately attracted the attention of many people in the VIP seats. Master Kuya, you're finally here. We were just talking about you. A tall and sturdy middle-aged man in purple armor welcomed Master Kuya and the others with a hearty laugh. His eyes sparkled when he saw them enter. City Lord Ouyang, long time no see. I didn't think that you would personally come to watch this year's arcane ceremony. I didn't expect that. Master Kuya smiled and replied. The smiling middle-aged man in purple armor was the city lord of Broken Rock City, Ouyang Yuntu. He was a second-wheel ultimate emperor realm expert. Behind Ouyang Yuntu were 4 old men in long robes. These 4 old men were the 4 chief guards of the city lord's estate. They were all half-step ultimate emperor realm experts. This year's arcane ceremony is different from the past, and Ding City and Yiyang City have also sent their own arcane geniuses. As the city lord, I naturally can't ignore it. At this point, Ouyang Yuntu suddenly focused his gaze on Ouyang Yiteo and Ouyang Shishui, who were beside Master Xianling. He smiled and said, "The 2 of you are outstanding disciples of the city lord's estate. You must perform well in this arcane ceremony." When Ouyang Yiteo and Ouyang Shishui heard this, they immediately revealed excited expressions. They hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you for your kindness, City Lord. We will definitely do our best." Ouyang Yuntu nodded slightly and continued chatting with Master Kuya. Xianling and Song Mu tactfully found a seat and sat down, silently waiting for the arcane ceremony to begin. In the VIP seats, apart from the members of the Arcane Guild and the City Lord's estate, the patriarchs of the 4 great clans of Broken Rock City had also brought their own geniuses. Among them, the patriarch of the Zhao clan, Zhao Xuanwu, was also seated. "Father, didn't Big Brother Zhuowen say that he's also going to participate in the arcane ceremony? Why haven't I seen him yet?" Beside Zhao Xuanwu sat a young and beautiful girl. The girl was using her watery eyes to constantly sweep around the VIP seats. After discovering that there was no one she wanted, a trace of disappointment surfaced on her pretty face. "Don't worry. The Arcana ceremony is a grand event in Broken Rock City. As long as one is an Arcanist, it is impossible for them to miss this grand event. Moreover, this year's Arcana ceremony is especially prosperous. Given our young friend Zhuowen's character, he will definitely not miss this grand event." Zhao Xuanwu lovingly stroked the young girl's hair and smiled gently. "However, I heard that the Arcana guilds of the 2 super cities, and Ding City and Yiyang City, have sent some genius disciples this time, and there's even a grade 3 Arcana master amongst them. I'm afraid the Arcana ceremony this time will be a fierce battle. Although our young friend Zhuowen is already a grade 2 Arcana master at such a young age, this level may not be enough for this Arcana ceremony." Looking at the densely packed Arcanists in the seats, Zhao Xuanwu's heart was filled with shock. Hearing this, Zhao Wenqian curled her lips and pouted. "I believe in Big Brother Zhuowen. He's definitely the best." Zhao Xuanwu dotingly stroked his daughter's hair, but his heart was a little complicated. As the patriarch of the Zhao clan, he knew much more inside information than others. The competition in this Arcana ceremony was too fierce. Perhaps even the Arcana Guild's president, Master Kuya's disciple, Xuanai, did not have 100% chance of becoming the champion this time. In this somewhat boring wait, suddenly a rather ear-piercing sound of breaking through the air suddenly whistled. Then, in the sky above the Arcane Art trial field, a pair of figures shot straight toward the VIP seats and appeared in the VIP seats in an instant. There were a total of 5 people in this group. The leader was a gray-robed old man with a cold expression. Behind him were 4 young men and women wearing Arcanist uniforms. There were 3 men and 1 woman, but the insignia on their Arcanist uniforms was very different from the Arcanists of Broken Rock City. On the back of their uniforms, there was a blood-red sunset insignia, as if it was the sunset that was gradually setting over the mountains. People from Yiyang City? Many people in the VIP seats recognized the insignia on their uniforms and could not help but exclaim. In the VIP seats, Master Kuya and Ouyang Yuntu, who were originally chatting with each other, also noticed the sudden arrival of the group. Among them, Master Kuya narrowed his eyes. Then he laughed heartily and walked forward. He warmly said, "Master Han Yun, I really did not expect that the leader of Yeong City's team this time would be you. This has really surprised me." The cold old man leading the group revealed a slight smile when he saw Master Kuya coming forward. He faintly said, "This time, your Broken Rock City's Arcana Guild has already taken out a grade 4 yuan array as a reward. Our Yeong City has no reason not to participate. Brother Kuya, if our Yeong City accidentally becomes the champion this time, Han Yun, the champion of this Arcana ceremony, is not your Yeong City's turn to take it. If anyone wants to take it, it should be the geniuses of Arending City." Before the cold old man named Han Yun could finish speaking, he was directly interrupted by a loud voice. Then another sound of something breaking through the air rushed over. There was another group on the aisle of the VIP seats. However, what surprised everyone was that there were only 3 people in this group. The leader was a middle-aged man with fiery red hair. Although this middle-aged man was wearing a rather loose robe, it still could not hide his protruding fiery muscles. Clearly, this middle-aged man not only had strong mental energy, but his martial realm was also not weak. Behind this red-haired man, there was a man and a woman quietly following. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. Moreover, the man and woman's appearance were quite similar. Clearly, they were a pair of twins. Master Huiyun from Ending City. He's also a grade 4 Master Arcana Master. The arrival of the red-haired man also caused a commotion in the VIP seats. Many people began to discuss spiritedly. Clearly, this Master Huiyun was quite famous. Master Han Yun's eyes darkened when he heard this. He coldly snorted and said, "Huiyun, you're too arrogant. In order to become the champion of the Arcana ceremony, our Yeong City even sent our Arcana Guild's #1 genius, Zhou Yi. His mental energy broke through to the advanced grade 3 realm 3 months ago." As soon as Han Yun's words came out, it immediately attracted the attention of many people in the VIP seats. Then, these people's gazes fell on the 4 young men and women behind him. The mental energy emitted from these 4 young men and women was very powerful. Among them, the weakest was the only woman. Her mental energy was at the perfect grade 2 realm. The other 2 young men were actually at the initial grade 3 realm. The most terrifying one was an ordinary man with thick eyebrows and big eyes standing at the front. This man's age was about the same as Ouyang Yateo, but the power that he faintly revealed was quite terrifying. This power had far surpassed the 3 young men and women behind him. Advanced grade 3 realm? Master Kuya frowned slightly and involuntarily muttered in a low voice. When Xuanai, who had a cold expression beside him, heard this, her originally calm and beautiful eyes immediately rippled a little. She could not help but turn her clear eyes towards the ordinary-looking young man behind Master Han Yun. There was a trace of surprise on her calm face. She also didn't expect that this ordinary-looking young man in front of her actually had a mental energy realm that was a step ahead of her. This made her, who was originally arrogant, feel quite uncomfortable. Master Huiyun sneered and said, "Your Yeong City's Zhou Yi is indeed a genius with decent natural talent. However, no matter how outstanding his natural talent is, how could he possibly be a match for 2 Arcana Masters at the peak of the 3rd rank? Su Qi, Su Yang, let them see your true strength." Grand Master Huiyun's words caused the corners of the mouths of the twin siblings behind him to form an arc. Soon after, 2 mental energy that was not weaker than Zhou Yi's surged out in an instant and spread across the entire VIP seats in all directions. "Oh my God! They're actually advanced grade 3 realm arcanists, and there are 2 of them. The strength of Nding City is really strong. They can actually cultivate 2 young advanced grade 3 realm arcanists. Although Nding City sent the least number of arcanists this time, their strength is the strongest. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid that Nding City will be the champion of this arcane ceremony. When the twin siblings behind Master Huiyun, Su Qi, and Su Yang completely released their mental energy, the VIP seats were completely in an uproar. Everyone was discussing spiritedly, and for a moment, the atmosphere in the seats became quite fiery. Your Nding City is really good at hiding. You actually hid 2 advanced grade 3 realm arcanists. However, the champion of this arcane ceremony isn't so easy to obtain. When the time comes, it's not certain who will win. Master Hanyun's expression was quite ugly. He also didn't expect that there would be 2 advanced grade 3 realm arcanists among the younger generation of Nding City. Then this old man will wait and see. Master Huiyun's expression was rather straightforward. Then he shifted his gaze to Master Kuya, who seemed to be silent at the side. He continued, "Brother Kuya, this arcane ceremony is organized by Broken Rock City after all. I'm afraid the disciples sent by Broken Rock City this time will be even stronger. Why don't you introduce us to the disciples from Broken Rock City who will be participating this time?" When Master Hanyun heard this, he also focused his gaze on Master Kuya. There was a hint of curiosity on his face. Obviously, he was interested in the arcanists from Broken Rock City this time. When Master Kuya heard this, a hint of embarrassment suddenly appeared on his face. Then he glanced helplessly at Xue Nai beside him and smiled faintly. "This is my disciple, Xue Nai. She's one of the participants of this arcane ceremony. Other than her, there's also the disciple from the city governor's mansion, Ouyang Yateo. I'm afraid that the strength sent by Broken Rock City this time can't be compared to the 2 of you." Xue Nai bit her lower lip with her pearly white teeth. Her originally cold eyes were now filled with sadness. After seeing the lineup brought by the 2 masters, Huiyun and Hanyun, the arrogance in her heart had long been torn to pieces. She knew that, with her strength, it would be difficult for her to get into the top 3 in this arcana ceremony. Initial grade 3 realm? Your strength is not bad. However, who is the strongest among the younger generation in Broken Rock City? This old man would like to meet that little guy. Master Huiyun nodded politely to Xue Nai, then looked at Master Kuya and asked in confusion, "Brother Huiyun, the strength of our Broken Rock City is weak. The strongest among the younger generation is Xue Nai, unlike Yeang City and Nding City, who both have advanced grade 3 realm arcanists." Master Kuya's face suddenly turned cold, and his tone was stiff. Chapter 274. Celestial Star, Array the Strange Atmosphere didn't last for long. Master Huiyun immediately smiled. "So this little girl is from your Broken Rock City's younger generation. Her talent isn't bad. She's younger than Su Qi and Su Yang, but she's already at the advanced 3rd grade. That's not easy." Although Master Huiyun had a smile on his face, the depths of his eyes were filled with ridicule and mockery. He knew that if the Arcana Masters sent out by Broken Rock City were only at this level, then their Nding City's only opponent would be Yeang City. With Su Qi and Su Yang, 2 advanced 3rd grade arcanists, Master Huiyun knew that Yeang City had a great chance of becoming the champion this time. Master Kuya coldly snorted and returned to his seat with Xue Nai. He didn't want to speak with Master Huiyun anymore. Xue Nai, on the other hand, clenched her hands tightly together and bit her cherry lips. She firmly said to Master Kuya beside her, "Master, I won't let you down in this arcana ceremony." Master Kuya was startled. Then, with a gentle gaze, he patted Xuanai's shoulder and smiled. You don't have to worry too much. Although the disciples sent by Nding City and Yiyang City are very strong, our Broken Rock City isn't weak either. You don't have to worry too much. Just do your best. I will. Xuanai nodded and firmly said, as time passed by, the Arcana testing grounds became more and more lively. An endless stream of arcanists poured in from the entrance of the testing grounds, causing the originally spacious testing grounds to become a little crowded and noisy. As time continued to pass, the anxious expression on Master Kuraki's face became more and more intense. He frowned and muttered to himself, the Arcana ceremony is almost here. Why hasn't Zhuowen arrived yet? If he doesn't come soon, I'm afraid it'll really be too late. Xian Ling beside him also saw the uneasiness on Master Kuraki's face. She sighed. Kuraki, isn't that disciple of yours being too childish? Why hasn't he arrived yet? If he doesn't come soon, there won't be any time left. Master Kuraki didn't reply. He only sat in his seat in silence. However, his furrowed brows showed that he wasn't in a good mood. At this moment, a gloating smile appeared on Ouyang Shishue's face. Dong, dong, dong. In the end, a clear and loud sound of a bell suddenly rang throughout the entire arcane art trial grounds. The loud and clear sound continued to reverberate throughout the entire trial grounds, and the originally loud noise quietly quieted down at this moment. The dense crowd of locust-like arcanists on the training field all raised their respectful gazes and looked towards the VIP seats at the very top. They knew that Master Kuya, the arcanist with a lofty status in Broken Rock City, was sitting in the VIP seats at this moment. Master Kuya's weathered face was filled with a solemn expression. He stood up and looked down at the empty training field below. His calm voice slowly rang out. Kuya, in the name of the president of Broken Rock City's Arcane Guild, announced that the 10th Arcane Ceremony will now begin. Boom! The entire place was in an uproar. Loud cheers shook the 9 heavens. After the announcement, a dozen figures immediately rushed out from the VIP seats. Among them, Master Kuya was the leader, and the rest were all perfect grade 3 arcanists. Master Kuya led the dozen or so arcanists and stood in the air above the training field. Then Master Kuya's hands quickly formed a complicated seal and shouted, "Form the celestial star formation." After saying that, Master Kuya patted his chinquin bag. Then countless sparkling origin crystals immediately scattered from his hands. They were like light that drifted across the air in a dazzling trajectory. The celestial star formation, only one direction. Mountains crumble in front, earth shatters into peaks. The moment Master Kuya scattered the origin crystals, the dozen or so arcanists also drew a complicated trajectory with their hands. Obscure seals flashed past one after another. Then, everyone could clearly feel that the origin chi above the arcane art trial grounds had actually started to boil strangely at this moment. Then, the countless origin crystals that were like meteors in the air suddenly intertwined and outlined in an extremely strange trajectory in the air. They actually intertwined to form a boundary with a radius of several hundred miles in the vast training field. Rumble! A deafening explosion suddenly sounded. Then, the ground within the boundaries suddenly cracked open. A dazzling light, like a protruding peak, suddenly rushed out from the depths of the ground. When the light gradually faded, a pyramid-like mountain peak that was several hundred feet tall suddenly appeared in front of everyone. This pyramid-like mountain peak was quite strange. There were layers of steps on its edge. The steps were 10 feet long and 10 feet high. Each step was enough to accommodate 2 to 3 people. There were tens of thousands of such steps from the lowest to the highest. The surface of the entire pyramid-like mountain peak flickered with a faint blue light. Looking from afar, it looked distant and mysterious. Above the pyramid, there were countless twinkling stars. Above the celestial star formation, the stars were bright and brilliant, mysterious and gorgeous. It's actually a grade 4 origin array, celestial star formation. It seems that Kuya has really put in a lot of effort to hold this arcane art ceremony. In the VIP seats, Hua Yun looked at the pyramid-like mountain peak in the boundary and the countless stars on the mountain peak. His eyes couldn't help but flicker as he muttered to himself. All the arcanists in the entire arcane art trial field fell into silence and shock because of the great effort of Master Kuya and the others. After the silence, countless cheers and applause broke out. After gathering the power of more than a dozen perfect grade 3 arcanists and outlining the magnificent celestial star formation below, Master Ku yet expressionlessly stomped his foot in the air again and shouted, "Sacrifice the tower! Sacrifice the tower!" As soon as Kuya finished speaking, the dozen or so arcanists in the surroundings immediately shouted in unison. Their loud and clear voices were deafening and shocking throughout the training ground. Whoosh! After saying that, Master Kuya patted his Chinquan bag again and took out a palm-sized light tower. This pocket-sized light tower was emitting a glass-like brilliance. Waves of frightening mental energy constantly surged out from the light tower, and the surrounding air emitted some muffled tearing sounds. A thought passed through Grandmaster Kuya's mind after he suddenly took out the light tower. The incomparably powerful mental energy within his Niwen palace surged out like floodwaters and poured into the light tower. The remaining dozen plus people did the same. Their mental energy poured into the light tower like it was pouring into the sea. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A strange sound rang out. Then, the palm-sized light tower, suspended in the air, suddenly trembled. After emitting a loud buzzing sound, it rapidly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. 10 feet, 50 feet, 100 feet, 200 feet, 500 feet. Like a small sapling growing into a towering tree, the palm-sized light pagoda eventually turned into a gigantic pagoda that was 500 feet tall. In the end, the gigantic pagoda rumbled and landed not far from the pyramid. The two gigantic buildings faced each other from a distance under the starry sky. Watching such a shocking scene in the training field, all the arcanists could not help but feel their blood boil. They knew that they were going to have an arcane competition under the stars. Regardless of whether it was the huge scene or the vast area, it made all the arcanists' eyes light up. After doing all that, Master Kuya's eyes narrowed. He looked down at everyone in the training field and loudly said, "The Arcana ceremony is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the Gold Peak. There are a total of 10,000 steps on the Gold Peak. Moreover, there is a powerful mental energy pressure. The higher you go, the stronger the mental energy pressure. At the top of the Gold Peak, there are 100 bluestone platforms. The seal-breaking crystal, a grade 2 origin crystal, is placed on the bluestone platforms. Only the top 100 competitors who reach the peak will pass the first stage. Therefore, the first stage will now begin. The time limit is the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." Boom. As soon as Master Kuya finished speaking, the arcanists who had been waiting in their seats for a long time rushed toward the celestial star array like a swarm of locusts. They were heading toward the gold peak that was emitting a faint blue light. Suchi Suyang. The first stage shouldn't be difficult for you. With your strength, you should be able to quickly take the lead. Now, you should go too. Master Hua Yun smiled faintly. His face was full of calmness as he said to the twins behind him, "Yes, Master, Su Qi and Su Yang respectfully cupped their hands toward Master Huiyun. Then, powerful mental energy wrapped around them, and they flew toward the celestial star array. Not far away, Master Hanyun cast a sidelong glance at Master Huiyun's back and said to the four people led by Zhou Yi, "The most important stage of this arcana ceremony is the third stage. The four of you should be able to pass the first stage, as long as you pay attention. You should go too." "Yes, Master." Zhou Yi was full of energy as he bowed from afar. Then, he led the three people behind him and flew toward the gold peak without looking back. On the side of the VIP seats, Xuanai looked at Su Qi, Su Yang, and the others with a complicated expression. She gritted her teeth, and a determined look appeared in her beautiful eyes. Then, she also extended her graceful figure and shot out like the wind. "I must win this arcana ceremony. This time, it's not only my honor, but also the honor of the entire Broken Rock City." As Xuanai left, Ouyang Yiteo, who was beside Master Xianling, also flew out without hesitation and joined the countless arcanists who were fighting for the materials. At this moment, cold sweat faintly appeared on Master Kuraki's forehead. He sat in his seat somewhat dejectedly and muttered to himself with a bitter smile, "Sigh, it's over. Zhuowen still hasn't come. It looks like he won't be able to make it. I shouldn't have let him leave Broken Rock City without permission. I shouldn't have." Xianling looked at Master Kuraki, who seemed to be in a daze, and sighed. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly frowned and raised her head to look at the horizon not far away. Chapter 275. The Golden Summit. The powerful pressure was like a tidal wave, rushing straight from the distant horizon. Its speed had reached an appalling level. In the VIP seats, countless people couldn't help but stand up, frowning as they looked in the direction of the pressure. So powerful, so familiar. This aura. Ouyang Yuntu, who was chatting cheerfully, suddenly stood up and looked into the distance. He had a feeling that this aura was familiar. Whoosh, whoosh. Not long after, under everyone's gaze, two figures suddenly appeared in the sky above the training field. The figures that suddenly appeared were Zhuowen and Qiu Chou, who had rushed over from Rattan Armor City. Quietly suspended in the air, Zhuowen couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead as he muttered to himself, "I finally made it. I thought I was going to miss the Arcana ceremony. Kid, don't you trust me that much? I said that I would make you arrive on time, so I will definitely keep my word." Looking at the situation, the first stage of the Arcana ceremony should have begun. Hurry up and go to the Golden Summit. As long as you reach the summit within the top 100, you will have passed the first stage. Qiu Chou stood proudly and said with a frown. Zhuowen didn't have the slightest doubt that Qiu Chou knew so much about the Arcana ceremony. After all, this guy used to be the #1 expert in Broken Rock City. It wasn't surprising that he knew the upper echelons of the Arcana Guild, so it was normal for him to know some details about the Arcana ceremony. "Okay, thank you for your help this time, Senior Qiu." Nodding slightly, Zhuowen, wrapped in Qiu Chou's yuan power, flew toward the celestial star array at a dazzling speed. In a flash, he approached the Golden Summit. At this time, there were already many arcanists gathered below the Golden Summit. There were over 10,000 steps to the Golden Peak. The most important material for the seal-shattering crystal should be at the very top of the Golden Peak. At this moment, the Arcana Masters were all using their own spirit to quickly climb up. The pressure brought about by the arrival of Qiu Chou and Zhuowen naturally attracted the attention of the Arcanists on the Golden Peak stage. When they realized that the one who came to participate in this Arcana ceremony was actually a young man who smelled like he was still wet behind the ears, a look of disdain and contempt appeared on their faces. Even Su Qi, Su Yang, and Zhou Yi, who were at the top of the group, suddenly ignored Zhuowen when they saw his somewhat tender face. Instead, they focused on activating the mental energy in their bodies and continuously climbing up the golden platform. To them, this young man who had suddenly appeared did not pose any threat to them. Xuanai, who was behind Su Qi and the rest, also saw Zhuowen. She frowned and muttered in a low voice, "That guy still came? But with his mere grade 2 mental energy, he's of no help to our Broken Rock City at all. This arcana ceremony still needs to rely on me." After Xuanai finished speaking, she no longer paid attention to Zhuowen. Instead, she constantly activated the mental energy in her body and tried her best to catch up with the others in front of her. When he reached the bottom of the Golden Peak stage, Zhuowen awkwardly realized that he was the only one left at the bottom. The thousands of arcanists were already climbing with all their might. Even the slowest one was faster than Zhuowen by a few hundred steps, while the fastest ones had already left Zhuowen behind by more than 1,000 steps. "Looks like I have to speed up, otherwise I won't even be able to enter the top 100. From the beginning, Zhuowen had suppressed his mental energy to the level of grade 2 advanced mastery. But now, Zhuowen did not want to expose his grade 3 advanced mastery mental energy prematurely. If I raise my mental energy to grade 2 advanced mastery and then use the effect of the Thundersnake wings, my speed should be comparable to that of a grade 3 initial mastery arcanist. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Mental energy suddenly surged out from his Naiwen palace, and the soles of his feet were also filled with electric light. As he took a step forward, his entire body was filled with electric light. In an instant, he turned into numerous shadows under the Golden Peak stage and rushed up the Golden Peak stage at a rapid speed in the sky above the training field. After Cho sent Zhuowen to the Golden Peak stage, he stepped lightly in the air and directly arrived at the VIP seats. Then, he casually sat down in a seat. He was so thick-skinned that he did not feel embarrassed at all. In the VIP seats, Master Kuraki, who was originally in a daze, saw that Zhuowen had actually arrived. His eyes suddenly flashed with a ray of light. He laughed out loud and said, "Fortunately, Zhuowen arrived in time. Otherwise, he would really be disqualified from this arcana ceremony." Xian Ling, who was beside him, smiled bitterly and said, "Kuraki, although Zhuowen arrived, he left much later than the others. If he was not late, he might have a chance to enter the top 100, but now, I'm afraid it will be a little difficult." Master Kuraki had already recovered his spirit. His eyes were shining as he said, "I don't think so. Zhuowen should have no problem entering the top 100. Xian Ling was a little speechless as she glanced at her good friend beside her. She was too lazy to say anything else. She only muttered to herself, "He's already a few hundred steps behind the others. Unless he has a third-grade mental energy, it will be very difficult for him to catch up with the others and enter the top 100. On the other side of the VIP seats, after Cho sat down in a familiar manner, Ouyang Yuntu's eyes flickered. After carefully sizing up Cho, he asked cautiously, "You are Senior Cho?" Although the Cho before him had a rather sinister scar on his face, his basic outline was still quite clear. When Ouyang Yuntu saw Cho's face, he recalled that unruly and unreasonable figure from 10 years ago. "Little Ouyang, your memory is not bad. You actually still remember this old man." Cho glanced at Ouyang Yuntu meaningfully and laughed mischievously. "Ha, that's because Senior Cho's deeds back then were too sensational. My memory of Senior is still fresh in my mind," Ouyang Yuntu said with a smile. Ouyang Yuntu's somewhat fawning performance immediately caused many people in the VIP seats to raise their eyebrows. In their hearts, they were secretly guessing exactly which great figure Cho was. Even Grandmaster Han Yun and Grandmaster Hua Yun had grave gazes as they looked at Chiu Chou. Although the two of them did not know Chiu Chou, they could still feel the faintly discernible terrifying aura from Chiu Chou. This aura was even more terrifying than Ouyang Yuntu's. In other words, Chiu Chou's strength was definitely above Ouyang Yuntu's. Old brother Chiu, I thought you wouldn't come. So you're here to deliver that little guy Zhuowen. However, this old man is a little curious. How do you know this little guy? It seems that the relationship between the two of you is not ordinary. After Master Ku Ye returned from the training field, he saw Chiu Chou. He immediately walked over with a hearty smile and patted Chiu Chou's shoulder. This old man owes this little guy a favor. Chiu Chou glanced at Master Kuya and said indifferently, "A favor?" Master Kuya and Ouyang Yuntu were shocked when they heard this. An ultimate emperor realm cultivator's favor was not so easy to obtain. It could be said that an ultimate emperor realm cultivator's favor was a priceless treasure. They never thought that a 17-year-old youth like Zhuowen would actually be able to make Chiu Chou owe him a favor. For a moment, Zhuowen's identity became somewhat strange and mysterious in their hearts. Let's not talk about these boring things. Let's see how the Arcana ceremony is going. Chiu Chou waved his hand impatiently and said indifferently as he pointed at the golden summit within the celestial star formation. After Chiu Chou finished speaking, Ouyang Yuntu and Master Ku Ye stopped talking. Instead, their gazes focused on the golden summit within the celestial star formation. The three people in the lead don't seem to be arcanists from our Broken Rock City, right? Chiu Chou's sharp gaze immediately focused on the three people who had been in the lead and said with a frown. Master Ku Ye smiled bitterly and said, "They are indeed not from our Broken Rock City. The person in the lead is called Su Yang, and the person in third place is called Su Qi. They are twins and are two genius arcanists from Settlement City. Their mental strength has already reached the greater success of the third grade. The person in second place is called Zhou Yi. He is the strongest among the younger generation in Yeyang City and is also at the greater success of the third grade. The person in fourth place is my disciple, Xuanai. Her mental strength is probably at the peak of the lesser success of the third grade." At this point, the bitterness at the corner of Master Ku Ye's mouth became even more intense. The strength of the younger generation in Broken Rock City was actually inferior to that of Yeyang City and Settlement City. This made Master Ku Ye feel a little ashamed. Your Broken Rock City's arcane guild is really getting worse with each passing year. The younger generation that you have nurtured is actually inferior to that of Settlement City and Yeyang City, Chiu Chou said coldly. Looking at the somewhat silent Master Kuya, Chiu Chou waved his hand and said, "Forget it. I don't want to interfere in the matters of your Broken Rock City's arcane guild. However, if your Broken Rock City's arcanists really lose this arcane ceremony, I'm afraid that you will become the laughingstock of other super cities. I hope that your disciple will do well." After Chiu Chou finished speaking, he focused his gaze on Zhuowen, who was at the back. He wanted to see how the always confident young man would be able to enter the top 100 in such a backward situation. How is this kid so fast? Isn't his mental strength only at the greater success of the second grade? When Chiu Chou's gaze fell on Zhuowen, who was at the back, he suddenly exclaimed softly. Chiu Chou's words also attracted the attention of Master Kuya and Ouyang Yuntu, who were beside him. They could not help but shift their gazes to Zhuowen, who was at the back. Then a hint of astonishment appeared in their calm eyes. The young man who was at the back was currently covered with countless twining lightning bolts. His entire body was like a sharp bolt of lightning. In just an instant, he had surpassed many people. Chapter 276. First pass, as expected, the spiritual pressure on the golden platform grows stronger the higher I go. I've only reached the 5,000th step, but the pressure is already enough to make ordinary rank 2 arcana masters slow down. Zhuo Wen muttered to himself as he stared at the arcanists, who were clearly slowing down as he stood halfway up the golden platform. He could sense that the arcanists who were able to reach the mountainside were all grade 2 arcanists. Although most of them were grade 2 lower-tier arcanists, there were also some grade 2 greater-tier arcanists. Zhuo Wen's arrival naturally attracted the attention of many arcanists halfway up the mountain. When these arcanists noticed Zhuo Wen's face, they were all surprised. They could still clearly remember that the young man in front of them had only arrived after the first stage had started. His position should have been at the very back of everyone. It hadn't been long since he had arrived, but he was already halfway up the mountain. Wasn't this speed a little too shocking? Zhuo Wen ignored the curious gazes of the arcanists around him and raised his head to look at the endless flight of stairs. His brows furrowed slightly. If the pressure on the golden platform grew stronger and stronger, his speed would most likely slow down. When that happened, he wouldn't be able to guarantee that he would be able to make it into the top 100 in the allotted time. Dong! A loud and clear sound of a bell suddenly rang out, reverberating throughout the entire arcane trial grounds like a great bell. It immediately attracted the attention of all the climbing arcanists. Then, at the top of the golden stage, a huge light screen suddenly appeared like a banner. At the top of the light screen was the 2 huge words, Su Yang, which was unusually conspicuous in the entire arcane test field. Someone has already reached the top of the Golden Word Summit. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Who is this Su Yang? He doesn't seem to be an arcanist from Broken Rock City. I heard that this Su Yang is a genius sent by Ending City's arcane guild. His mental energy has already reached the advanced 3rd grade, much stronger than our Broken Rock City's Xuanai. The seats above the training ground first descended into a short period of silence before a clamorous discussion suddenly erupted. In the VIP seats, a smug smile suddenly appeared on Master Huiyun's face. He glanced at Master Han Yun with a slight provocation and said, "It seems that our Ending City is still a little better. Su Yang is still quite capable." When Master Huiyun said this, Master Han Yun's face became extremely gloomy. He said coldly, "This is only the first stage. It doesn't mean anything." "Really?" Grandmaster Huiyun chuckled coldly and did not say anything else. Instead, he turned his attention back to the Golden Word stage. Chiu Chou, Master Kuya, and the others who were sitting in the front row also heard Master Huiyun's words, and their expressions turned ugly. "Brother Kuya, your disciple is much weaker than those 2 old fellows' disciples. Right now, he's still only ranked 4th. Chiu Chou coldly snorted. When Master Kuya heard this, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. He smiled bitterly and said, "There's nothing we can do about it. After all, Xuanai is a few years younger than their disciples. It's understandable that her strength is a little weaker." Halfway up the Golden Word stage, Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed. He immediately turned his head to look at the incense stick that had just been lit and muttered, "This Su Yang is a little too strong. It's only been half an incense stick's time, and he's already reached the top. Fortunately, this is only the first stage. As long as he gets into the top 100, it's fine." At around the 9,000th step of the Golden Word stage, Xuanai continued to climb up with some difficulty. She was panting and sweating profusely. She looked at Su Qi, who was not far away from her, with a trace of determination in her eyes. "At the very least, I have to make it into the top 3. Only then will I not embarrass our Broken Rock City too much. If no one in the top 3 is an arcanist from Broken Rock City, I don't know what others will think of our Broken Rock City." As she spoke, Xue Nai forcefully unleashed the mental energy in her Naiwen palace. Her speed increased by a few notches, and she was only 10 steps away from Su Qi. In front, Su Qi seemed to have also noticed Xue Nai, who was constantly approaching below. Her beautiful eyes shifted slightly, and after glancing at Xue Nai, who seemed to be struggling, a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. A mere initial grade 3 arcanist wants to surpass me? That's a little wishful thinking. As she spoke, an even more powerful mental energy suddenly erupted from Su Qi's body. Then, with a light step, her speed increased by several times. In the blink of an eye, she had left Xue Nai behind by dozens of steps. Xue Nai's pretty face instantly turned deathly pale as she looked at the beautiful figure who was getting further and further away from her. A trace of helplessness faintly leaked out from her clear and cold eyes. She was really unwilling to accept this. The Arcana ceremony was clearly held by their Broken Rock City, but none of the top 3 arcanists in the first stage belonged to their Broken Rock City. This involuntarily caused a trace of grievance to rise in Xue Nai's heart. Dong! Dong! Another 2 loud bell sounds rang out, and 2 more names appeared on the light screen at the top of the Golden Word Summit. They were Zhou Yi and Su Qi, ranked 2nd and 3rd, respectively. Xue Nai clenched her teeth as she looked at the 3 names on the light screen at the top. The helplessness in her eyes became even more intense. However, this girl's willpower was quite firm. She clenched her teeth and continued to climb. Finally, after 20 breaths, she reached the top of the Golden Word Summit. The top of the Golden Word Summit was a vast platform. On the platform, there were neatly arranged green stone platforms. There were a total of 100 stone platforms, and the materials needed to refine the seal-breaking crystal were placed on top of the stone platforms. Xue Nai's appearance naturally attracted the attention of Su Yang, Zhou Yi, and Su Qi, who were already waiting at the top. However, their gazes were still filled with arrogance and faint mockery. Clearly, they also recognized the number 1 person among the younger generation in Broken Rock City. Yo, isn't this the number 1 person among the younger generation in Broken Rock City to be able to obtain 4th place with your initial grade 3 mental energy? You've made me look at you in a new light. I originally thought that you would be ranked outside of the top 5. Su Qi, who was standing beside Su Yang, raised her pretty face and slightly curled her cherry lips as she sneered. Xue Nai coldly glanced at Su Qi, who was practically looking down at her. She did not refute, but instead quietly found a green stone platform and silently observed the materials on it. However, her tightly clenched hands revealed that Xue Nai's current state of mind was not as calm as she appeared on the surface. Seeing that Xue Nai was unmoved, Su Qi also lost interest in continuing to ridicule her. She rolled her eyes and placed her attention on the green stone platform. Sigh, our Broken Rock City's young arcanists are indeed inferior to Anding City and Yeyang City. Among the top 3, Yeyang City has 1 place, and Anding City has 2. Ouyang Yinta looked at the light screen at the top of the golden platform and sighed in a somewhat upset manner. A bitter smile also surfaced on Master Kuya's face as he said, "It's already not easy for Xue Nai to obtain 4th place. It's a little difficult to ask her to enter the top 3. Qiu Chou only sat in his seat in silence. No one knew what the number 1 person in Broken Rock City was thinking. Dong, dong, dong. 2/3 of an incense stick's time had passed since Xue Nai reached the peak. In the remaining 1/3 of an incense stick's time, arcanists successively arrived at the peak. The loud and clear sound of the bell continuously resounded in the training field, lingering in the air. Time also slowly passed along with the unceasing sound of the bell, There's not much time left. Why hasn't Zhuowen reached the peak yet? At this moment, Master Kuraki could no longer remain calm. His gaze locked onto the figure on the 9,000th step. That figure was Zhuowen. There are still 1,000 steps left. There's only 10 breaths left. It looks like Zhuowen won't have the chance to reach the peak. Beside him, Xianling stole a glance at the incense stick nearby and realized that there was only a little bit left. She could not help but helplessly shake her head. New names were constantly being refreshed on the light screen at the peak. Soon, the number of names reached 99. There was only one spot left, and there was not much time left. There was only about 10 breaths left. Because Chiu Cho had brought Zhuowen with him at the beginning, many people had placed a certain amount of attention on the late Zhuowen. Now that everyone realized that there were only 10 breaths left, and there were still hundreds of steps above Zhuowen, many people could not help but shake their heads and sigh. This kid is really unlucky. If he wasn't late, he might have been able to reach the peak within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. But now it's impossible. In the VIP seats, Ouyang Yunta stared at Zhuowen, who was still climbing, and could not help but shake his head and sigh. Even Master Ku said regretfully, Zhuowen's talent is really good. Just now, from his aura, his mental energy actually made a breakthrough and reached perfect second grade. With this kind of strength, he should have been able to reach the top of the golden stage within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. It's a pity that he missed too much time because he was late. Chiu Cho frowned slightly. He always felt that Zhuowen was not ordinary. In his opinion, even if Zhuowen missed some time, he should still be able to reach the peak on time. There's not much time left. At my current speed, I'm afraid there's no hope of reaching the peak. On the steps, Zhuowen looked at the incense burner that had already burned to the bottom and frowned. Then he helplessly muttered to himself, I can only rely on the thunder snake wings. Originally, I didn't want to display this thing, but now I have no choice. With a sigh, Zhuowen formed a seal with his hands. Immediately, endless lightning surged out from his back. Subsequently, a pair of 10-meter-long lightning python wings grew out from his back.